9.5-hour surgery.
But it doesn't do, but nothing to the pancreas. You gotta have your pancreas.
Well, you have to have your pancreas, but they removed all the tumors that were around the pancreas. 9.5-hour surgery. He's cancer free.
Oh, yeah. All right, ma'am, where do you want me?
Hello, over here.
Okay.
I got you. Fabulous. Or I can't remember. I gotta check. Hold on. Let me get this up.
Okay.
May have you over there. Go ahead. It's gonna be over here. All right, sit here for now. Let me just go check my phone really quick.
Okay.
Hang out there, Todd. I'm
We're
so
hanging.
worried for
Yep.
Frank.
We're here. We're not going anywhere.
Where is she on?
Yeah, we do air duct cleaning, air duct sealing.
Nice. I know, that's quite a process. Doing all the cleaning and stuff.
Okay.
Tom here today?
No.
Did you fire him?
Am I good?
All right. So Steph, you're going to be over here.
Okay.
Todd, you're going to be over next to here.
In that chair? Or here?
And here. Right here.
Okay.
To this mic.
Yep.
Perfect. I'll get you guys some headphones.
I'm
still
good to
waiting
take
on
you if you
Frank.
need me to.
What's that?
So I'm good to be a ride if you need me to.
No, I got it. They gave me a, what do you call it?
I'm just using that
A loaner.
for a minute.
Yeah, I do not like their loaner, though.
No?
No, it's a Model 3. It is so different.
Oh, yeah.
It is just kind of weird driving it. It's like, it's weird. It's tiny.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's cool they gave me one, but it's kind of,
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out how to turn on self-driving. Nothing. It's like totally different.
Okay.
It's like a whole different brand of car. It's weird, but it's the
Wait,
same
you
shit.
have the Tesla in the shop?
Yeah, they doing something to do with the battery. They want to. It doesn't cost me anything. I think they're like putting foam around it or something. I have no idea why. Just had a notice on it, and then they're fixing a little
The carpet thing.
carpet thing. Yep.
And your painters start today, right?
Shit, they started yesterday. Our house is a complete fuck zone. It is horrible.
Did you get to sleep in the bedroom?
We did. We put the mattress back on. I'm so sick of not sleeping in our bed. I was like, we're putting this back together.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cord. Is anyone going to be
Always
behind
goes
me?
on the
I'm just like
Okay.
through all this.
You're fine.
Okay.
And then there's 4 or 5 good ones to start, Kelly.
Yeah.
And then I'll deal with that fucking Steve guy if he calls. I told him to call me after the show at 2.
Oh, remind me, Mark. I've got a contact for you who's interested in a referral list.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the Springs?
Yep.
He's called pretty much every day.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I get it. We'll keep it at that.
I need to start stream, right?
No, I started it.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
That's okay. Is that C? Is that a zero?
It's a 0. Yeah.
You see that nutcase that tried to, I don't know what he was trying to do at Jennifer Aniston's house?
Oh, my God. What a weirdo.
Yeah, it was just bizarre.
It was.
Those are the ones that are the scariest, though. Because you know they're like in a whole different world. Oh, I feel like I'm running so late today.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine $4,000 in lollipops?
For what?
That's what they were just saying.
Okay, let me get the freak signed in here. Hey, Todd, what do we call that? And it's teamed up with Excel and everything, right?
Yeah, Excel Energy.
It's basically the same thing it was. I mean, you've been doing this for a long time.
Oh yeah, whole home energy assessment, whole home energy audit.
And then I'm getting to somewhere where I can actually type this shit. Hold on here. Whole home energy audit.
Or assessment.
And then what does it include, basically?
Well, we have two options. One's a clipboard option. We go in and make recommendations for the efficiency of heating and air conditioning, insulation in the home. We're BPI certified, so that's.
What's the other one? Hey, Frank, the non-clipboard. What is that?
That is a blower door test.
Nice.
Yeah, where we'll go in and basically put a blower in the front door of the home and then extract all the air out of the house, and we go and retrieve all the infiltration
And seal it.
and seal it up.
So how much do both of those cost? What's the one? And then what's the benefit? Does Excel pay a portion of it?
Let me double check that. I think it just went away along with the Denver climate rebate went away.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, Michael didn't come in. He had a bunch going on. He's still trying to get caught up from
Yeah, I bet.
with us being gone for a few days. So,
Yeah, it's still 60% of the home energy audit is covered up to a maximum of $200 for.
And how much do you guys charge for it?
Typically we charge $450.
So then they get $200 off, or is
Yep.
it? Oh, that's nice.
It is.
And that's for the full-blown one.
That is. It's the infrared, the blower door.
So you'll do insulation like around doors, windows. I mean, what does that include?
Yeah, we'll do two-part foam, air sealing. We'll insulate the attics. We'll make recommendations if there's anything that needs to be done in the walls.
That's awesome. And you're still doing dryer vents, or not dryer vent, but registers.
Air duct cleaning?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do whole home air duct cleaning and sealing.
Perfect.
Yeah.
What does this guy do? Go Biz Help? What is that?
he automates business systems,
Frank, I'm
helping
Todd.
businesses with their
See you, man.
online presence, reviews. all
What's
that
up,
kind of thing.
Frankie?
Hey, brother, how you do?
Good.
Busy?
I'm doing really good. Just getting back into town after 4 days.
Oh, jeez.
It's like just total catch up, man.
I'm with you, brother. Hey, Stephanie, how you doing, friend?
Good, and you?
Good, good.
Same, just getting caught.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. What's your phone number? Just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help. Come and make
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only, and I mean that, the only show of its kind. You know what we do. We solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Our goal in life is to make your life just a little bit better. Maybe a bad contractor has wandered into your domain and taken money from you. Maybe you got some scumbag landlord that can't seem to get the furnace or the air conditioner working. That is what this show's about for over 45 years, to the tune of well over $300 million in cash, merchandise exchanges, and refunds directly, and I mean it, directly due to this show. We're the only show that gets directly involved. You realize if I've got a phone number to some dirtbag, I'll try to get them on the air. Sometimes they come on, sometimes they don't. I'll tell you something else. Businesses in general that do come on the air, I generally would say 90%, maybe even 95% of the time, they have a good other side to the story. I'm dealing with a consumer right now that I'm not sure what's going on. I've got a consumer right now leaving this 303 Martino at night. It goes to a voicemail, just leaving voicemails constantly, and the guy's starting to drive me crazy. I try to call him back to help him out, and the guy doesn't pick up. We'll figure out what that is, but sometimes people that leave messages at 11:30 at night tend not to be normal. Frank Duran, the real estate man, you never seem to sleep. You made me just think of this. I think I actually reached out to you late at night when you were selling my house one time over that whole address thing with my neighbor.
Yeah, Mark.
You don't sleep.
Brother, I don't think I've slept in like 6 years, man. It's been a while.
That's crazy. So in studio with me, Frank Duran, the real estate man, Stephanie Thomas, real estate extraordinaire, Colorado Springs, Pike Peaks region, and then Todd Terry, Apple Air. Todd has been a member of our referral list for, oh my God, 20 years. I'd have to say that's right. Todd, hit that mic button. Would you say 20 years?
I think it's 25 years, Mark.
25 years. That's possible. That would be right around the start.
Back in the Father John day.
Yep, Father John days. That's going way back. He owns Apple Air. They do HVAC. They do heating. You guys do not do plumbing, correct?
We do plumbing.
Oh, I forgot you did plumbing.
Yep.
Electric or no?
Electric as well.
So you do the whole gamut.
The whole home services.
Yeah, very cool, man. So we'll be talking about that. And they have a special. They teamed up with Excel, as in Excel Energy, and you can get a whole home audit. And it's pretty cool. We'll get into that in a little bit. I want to get to the phones. We got a couple things going on. I want to just a little house cleaning from yesterday. Kelly, when you get situated in there, I would like to get the guy back on with Renewal by Anderson. The problem with those windows. I received those pictures. I assume we got them over to our expert. I wanted to kind of follow up. I think the window installation looked horrible. I'll put it for what it is. And I think Renewal by Anderson needs to get this thing fixed before they get paid. That's just where I want to go with it. But I do want to hear from Nick Gravina. I want to hear what he thinks. 303-713-8255. We have two lines open. This one came in yesterday at the end of the show, and I knew we'd have to spend some time on it, but this sounds horrible. Diane, something's going on with elderly abuse. Fill me in. What's happening? What is the relationship to you? I hope it's not you.
No, it's not me. It's my neighbor. And he's elderly too. He's a disabled veteran. But his mother, he was living with his mother for like the last 10 years. And then like a year and a half ago.
Diane, you just sparked some curiosity here. Elder abuse, it's your neighbor, so I assume he's elderly, but he was living with his mother. How old is he, and how old was his mother?
Well, his mother's still alive, and she's like probably 83 or 84, and he has to be 66 or so.
And does he still live next door to you, or no?
Yes, he does.
Okay, now continue on.
Well, so his sisters came and took his mother out of the house, said that she had to go to some doctor's appointments, and so took her out of the house and never brought her back. And then they took her over to the younger sister's house, and during this time she fell just recently in March, and with 2 black eyes and stitches in her forehead. And so they took her to the hospital, and so 2 officers came to the hospital because she was an elderly person, and
sure,
they had to come.
Did anything become of that? Did anything become of the officers? Were there any charges filed against anybody?
No.
So they think
no charges were filed.
So from the best that you know, they think that she possibly did fall or something along those lines.
Well, she said that she fell at her daughter's house.
Got it.
Which is in Federal Heights. So he reported that to the Federal Heights Police Department, and they opened the case, but he hasn't heard back from them. And then
What is his first name? What is your neighbor's first name?
Ricky.
Does Ricky think that his sister did something?
Well, they're not. He thinks that they're equity stripping her. So they got power of attorney, and they got guardianship over the mother. And as soon as they got that, then they threw her into a nursing home. So she's been in a nursing home.
Okay.
And she wants to come home. She's coherent enough to come home. They were just in court, not, I guess, here maybe in March. And the judge gave the older sister guardianship of the mother, but the judge doesn't even know what's going on with the mother. So during this last year,
hey, Diane, I like covering all aspects, and I've got some more questions for you. But is it possible that she really, did fall, did hurt herself, and it was getting to the point where she probably did need 24/7 care? So they did go in front of a judge, and it sounds like they did everything right. Whether or not the judge made the right decision, I don't know. But what I'm saying is they got power of attorney. They got whatever control they needed and put her into a home. And by the way, these homes aren't cheap by any means. It's not like there's free homes out there. How is that home being paid for?
Well, I don't know. I think if they're paying for it, there's so many things. They evicted their brother out of the house, so he has to be out by June 30th.
And that's your neighbor?
And yes.
Okay.
My opinion is that they're just trying to equity strip their mother because they want him out and they're going to sell the house. But another counselor from Adams County came and was talking to the mother or the sisters at the house. And he said he didn't know why she needed to go to a home. That her home was perfectly fine for her to be in, and she was. But let's not forget, Diane. She ended up in the hospital. Has your neighbor gone? Has Ricky gone to see his mother in the home? Yes.
Okay, and then what?
Once a week.
What is he relaying back to you?
That his mother wants to come home, and they won't let her come home. When he goes to visit her, they have a counselor in the room where she's at, so he can't talk to his mother by himself.
Yeah.
They've gone in and they've taken her checkbook out of her purse. They changed her mailing address from her house down to the sister's house. And
I guess the real question and why you're calling, and tell me if I'm incorrect, you want to somehow verify that this woman is being taken advantage of. I mean, is that kind of what it comes down to?
Yes. I think she needs her own lawyer so that she can speak because her daughters won't let her speak.
Well, what does that mean? Your neighbor can go see her and speak to her once a week, you said. What does that mean she can't speak for herself?
She wants to come home, and they won't let her come home. And there's an Adams County counselor that said there wasn't any reason that she couldn't come home. When she fell out of bed, or I think that's what she said. She slipped out of bed or whatever. But
hold on. Here's what I want to do. Here's what I want to do, Diane, because I do want to talk to an attorney. I want to talk to an estate planner. I want to talk to Mackenzie. So let's get Mackenzie on. And I am curious, how does someone petition the court if they really do feel like they should not be in a home? And I'd be curious if we sent somebody out there, say with her son, your neighbor, someone that's not involved, someone that doesn't care where the money goes, somebody that is truly an outside person that talks to her, how they would think. Maybe Deputy Doc or somebody, but let me try to get Mackenzie on. He's a great attorney. So we'll take this quick break. 303-713-8255. 2 lines open. We'll be right back, hopefully with our expert. RecoverYourHair.com. That website is so easy to remember. Nick Turner decided he wanted to get a full head of hair. He started calling around all these hair transplant places around the country, including right here in Denver. Do you know the average price he was getting back was $25,000 to $30,000? So he decided to start really digging in. They did some more research. He ended up going to the BAC clinic, and it's in Istanbul, Turkey. He only paid $7,000. Think of all the money he saved, and he's so happy. It's crazy. The physician is Dr. Nuri. The staff is professional. The aftercare is world class. They're there for follow-up calls or Zoom calls. And on top of all that, he kind of made a mini vacation out of it. He was there for a couple days, had the procedure, there for a few more days, and flew back. Check him out, RecoverYourHair.com. Call up Nick, ask the questions, RecoverYourHair.com. Mitch Floria has been to our house so many times now, I can't even count. Well, I guess if I had to, 5 times. He's done 3 of our bathrooms, brand new, beautiful countertops, some of them new cabinets. He has done our laundry room and part of our kitchen. He can even give you a quote right over the phone. His pricing is great. The man is great. His people are great. And you can use his wholesale account. He only charges for the fabrication and the installation. Check him out at theartofgranite.com, theartofgranite.com. This is Mark. Hey, I'm going to give you my wife's number to call about it. Would you do that, please? 720. Did you get that? Yeah, I am. Can you hear me? I can't give the fucking number out right now. Suzanne, I know you're listening. AFW's calling me for who knows what reason. I'm sure something is not getting shipped again for the 5th time. There's Dan. Denver.com. You still got your place up in, is it Wyoming or Nebraska?
Nebraska.
Yeah.
Yeah, our second home up there.
You getting up there a lot, like last year?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Our boat lives there. We do a lot of hunting and fishing. And
nice.
Yeah.
Our kid's been in running a Walmart in Scotts Bluff.
Oh, yeah, Suzanne told me that.
Yep. He's been up there. He's been in that area, so he's been in Lincoln, Scotts Bluff, and Norfolk. That Scotts Bluff is tiny, man.
Oh, yeah. They're 25 years behind.
He's got a new, he put in for a new store there too, and it's smaller than Scotts Bluff. I couldn't believe it. I forget the name of the town.
I like the way he thinks. Not as much stress and...
No, he's a store lead, so he's over everybody but the store manager.
Yeah.
This store, he'd be the manager. That's why he put in for it, not to slow down.
Yeah, good for him.
He's not the slow down type.
What's his name?
Miles.
Miles, that's right.
And then Addie graduates. I love bragging about my kids, man. Addie graduates next Wednesday, I think, from law school.
Nice.
Takes the bar in, I think, 2 months. 3 months. I don't think we'll see her, man.
Yeah.
She's going to move in with her boyfriend for 3 months. He's a full-time attorney, and all she's going to do is study for the bar.
Wow.
I guess it's purely just cramming stuff into your brain.
She'll get it, Mark.
Oh, I know she'll pass. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Okay.
She's just super smart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's sharp, man.
She's going to be working, she's already got a job with Diane Kaplis. Yeah, I can check off Dan McKenzie because he's coming on right now. Rock and roll. Rock and roll, baby. Huh? Nothing. World peace. End of hunger. All right, 303-713-8255. I'll let you know when a line is open. We got a lot of stuff cooking right here. But Dan McKenzie, he is our expert when it comes to anything estate planning, asset protection. But Dan, I do have a question for you, and I'm not saying it's going on in this case, and you can ask whatever questions. The caller's name is Diane, but Diane's neighbor is the son of a woman that he did live with. At some point, his sister came and got the mother, and I guess moved the mother in with the sister. She fell down the stairs. Something happened. She ended up in the ER. She was bruised up. I mean, you know, you can imagine. She's 86 years old. Let's say she did fall down the stairs. I don't know if anything nefarious happened or not. But regardless, they got power of attorney, okay? And they put her into a home. What the son is claiming now is when he goes and visits her in the care facility, and I don't know if it's memory care, I don't know what it is, but in the home, the bottom line is she is telling the son that she doesn't want to be there, but no one will let her go home. So just what are your thoughts on that? If that's true, what would you do next?
I mean, I would just note that power of attorney gives people the ability to make decisions for you, but It doesn't take away your ability to make your own decisions too. So just because you're acting as my agent doesn't mean I can't make my own decisions. So that should not be a basis for holding someone against their will in a care facility like that. Normally, if you feel like they're trying to make a decision that's harmful to them, you've got to get guardianship over them. That does take away that person's right to make their own decision.
And see, I'm wondering, Diane, do you know if they actually have guardianship as well as just a medical or even an economical power of attorney? Do you know the answer to that?
Yes, they did get guardianship.
Okay, well, there's that.
Yeah,
but they calculated all of their moves to get that guardianship.
Diane, I get that, and I'm not saying that didn't happen, but I'm just more looking at this with Dan at least, from a legal perspective, meaning if someone did go in front of a judge and was granted guardianship, Dan, but that person really doesn't think that was right a week later, a month later, what can someone do, if anything?
Guardianships do require regular reporting. It's not like the court just assigns that person as guardian and then says good luck and hope we don't see you again. I mean, the guardian does have to regularly report to the court what's going on, and that case would still be open. So, Diane, if you think there's something on, you might have an opportunity. I don't know if you were notified about the case. Normally, close relatives are supposed to be notified so that they can submit their, well, I guess you're not a relative, you're a neighbor, is that?
Yeah, she's the neighbor of the son.
Okay. Well, relatives would have a right to participate in that case.
Two cases have been filed with the one with the Federal Heights Police because she didn't fall down the stairs. She slipped out of bed.
Okay.
And so then they took her to the hospital, and then two officers showed up, and she said she fell at her sister's, but the older sister said she fell at the nursing home.
Maybe they don't, but maybe she's confused, is my point, Diane. I don't know.
Yeah, but maybe she's not confused.
I mean, that's true, but wait, hold on. And this is why I wanted Dan on. Dan, when someone tries to get guardianship, I mean, it's not like the judge is going to be in cahoots or something. I'm not saying that's never happened, but typically speaking, what do you have to prove in court? I mean, how does that go?
I mean, yeah, normally my experience is that judges are very skeptical and worried about taking someone's rights away to manage their own care. So they do proceed pretty carefully, and that person who is the subject of the guardianship is often included in the case if they can be. And if they don't have a lawyer that they hire, they're assigned one, which is, a guardian ad litem situation.
Yep.
Where it's like almost having a public defender working for you. So the process is usually pretty thorough, but, there are famous stories about abuses happening, so I don't want to completely, not say you have any valid point, Diane, but there should be a mechanism within that guardianship case to maybe bring the son's concerns to the court's attention.
Years ago, going to the exact point you just made, Dan, years ago, Tom got a call and basically ended up getting a person out of a home. And it took a legal battle and it took some other stuff to get done, but it was kind of an abusive situation by one of her children. And it's just crazy. I wish I could recall the entire story. But when you first hear a story like this, you go, well, man, the judge would have to be involved or not care. And a lot of things need to happen. But, Matt, you just never know, do you? You really never know. Would it make any sense for, her neighbor, who is once again the son, to hire an attorney or to hire somebody, I don't know who, maybe you can help me with this, when he goes and visits his mom next week, to evaluate her?
That's what I'm hoping for. That's what he's hoping for. Somebody else from the outside will look and talk to her.
Yeah, without him being present or whatever. But I don't even know.
That would be great.
Can the guardian actually say no one else can go visit?
No, I mean, the courts often do, especially at the beginning, but I think they can do it at any time. There are professional visitors that go out and see what's going on at the house. I mean, they work for often the Adult Protective Services Division, so maybe the son could contact them and see if they could have a role in this. But it would probably be through I don't think you could just hire a lawyer and get someone out there. It probably would require some sort of action within that guardianship case.
Well, that's probably what he's got to do. But even if they hired a lawyer to represent him, I guess it would still be his mother. It's so complicated. But you think maybe, say that again. Who do you think they should reach out to first? Adult Protective Services? Yeah,
I mean, it's no reason not to do that, I guess. For the county where the mother is living, the Adult Protective Services there, because they're the ones that often will send visitors out to people that they're concerned about. So, that might be a starting point. And then, a lawyer who can potentially file some sort of request for the court in a guardianship case to take another look at what's going on.
Lawyers, but however, every lawyer that he ever talks to, we don't do that. We don't handle that. We don't, and he's up against, he's just so frustrated.
Well, I mean, wait a minute. When you say he doesn't handle, Diane, when you say you talk to or he talked to all these attorneys, I mean, what attorney would you call, Dan? I mean, there's got to be a lot of attorneys that do this.
Probably elder law attorney, which is slightly different than an estate planning.
Understood.
So there's an area of law that focuses on elder issues, and this might be what guardianships are frequently part of that. He might be running into people people who do guardianships but don't necessarily do ones that are contested. I mean, this is like a contested case. That's a level up.
Yeah, I know one. I know somebody that does these, and it's the Harris Law Firm. They do elder abuse cases.
Okay.
So you might call and talk to them, but I'd listen to what Dan's saying, because if you can get adult services involved, you're not going to have, or he's not going to have much of a cost to it. You call up a big law firm like the Harris Law Firm. I mean, you're going to be, he's going to be $400, $500, $600 an hour, and who knows what's going on there. I have no idea his financial means.
Well, he says he's called the two police departments.
Well, what would he expect the
Senator
police
Bennett.
to do?
He's called the governor's office. He's just trying to reach out to somebody that'll listen, that will say, okay, we have somebody that will go investigate an elderly person abuse case. Just go talk to her. You know, is she
saying? Now, wait a minute, Diane. There wasn't one thing you've told me during the whole conversation, with or without our expert on Dan McKenzie, where I heard about abuse. I heard that she fell here, or maybe she fell there. But where do you think the abuse comes in?
Well,
do you really think this sister beat up her mother?
She can't make no phone calls. Pardon?
Do you really think this sister beat up her mother?
No, I don't think the sister beat up the mother. I'm saying that for them to take her out of her home,
I got you,
and to put her somewhere else where she is still good.
I got you. But please understand, they did go through a judge. They did go through a lot. I would do exactly what Dan said. I'm going to have Kelly give you the Harris Law Firm number 2 if you want to call an attorney. But you're not going to find. Once again, I don't know his means. I don't know if he can actually afford this kind of attorney, but I bet they would talk to you and give you some advice. And then, just like Dan said, call Adult Protective Services. That could be a really good starting point in whatever county she's in right now, in that home. By the way, Dan McKenzie, asset protection, probate, you can do wills, you can do trusts, you can do everything. I love the fact we wrap it up into asset protection, because no matter what, that really is what a good will or trust is. It protects the kids, which is probably your biggest asset, and then it protects every financial tool you have, Dan. And, you know, I love everything you do, man.
Thank you. Yeah.
And you can, go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say, it can be a point, like people hear asset protection, they're kind of thinking the rich and famous, but
no,
a lot of people do stuff. You know, people form companies. You're buying insurance. You don't just like spending money on insurance. You're aware, like lawsuits are always a risk for everybody. So it's something to think about.
No, it's something to think about big time. How about people whose parents are getting elderly and they want to start thinking of maybe a little Medicaid protection from Uncle Sam taking everything they've made over the years. I'm just kind of throwing stuff out there. These are the kind of conversations you have with Dan. And you can reach Dan at 833-CO Plans, Colorado Plans. 833-CO Plans. I appreciate you coming on, Dan. As always, everybody hang tight. 2 lines open. We have, we got Mario up. We're going to talk about a problem with the windows yesterday, and a lot more after that. 303 Martino.
Great job with Ella, Stephanie. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Your office called me again.
Why?
Not sure who the check was to. I was like, okay.
They were
That's what I was making about the check.
I can't hear
a
a
word
word
sure who
you're
to give
saying.
it to. That's where I was.
Ask Suzanne.
Got it again.
Well, you know, the funny thing is when you send those referral agreements over, I forward them right to Billy at the front desk. They know about them. So
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Title won't reference you on it. They will only reference your company because I asked.
Yeah.
So that's fine. I just following up, make sure you got it.
I appreciate that.
Definitely.
You know, how many contractors know that their work is so good, know that you're going to be so happy, that you do not pay a cent until you're content. That is a motto of Excel Roofing. I have personally used Excel Roofing numerous times. You want the best roof, you want someone that'll either deal with your insurance company and make sure they pay for every little bit of damage, or maybe you just need a roof repair and you're paying cash. You do not pay a cent until you're content. Never pay a roofer up front. Most problems we have during hail season are people that paid a door knocker up front. Check them out at excelroofing.com. excelroofing.com. Okay, let's see here. And then, hey, Kelly. Kelly. Or not. Oh, man, I can't believe how many different things I can do.
You're juggling, brother. You got the skill.
Yeah. Sometimes not so.
You're like the guy on the unicycle with the juggling the torches and the trumpet in your mouth, trying to do
The
different
circus
things.
act.
The trumpet in your mouth.
He plays the
While
trumpet.
juggling.
He juggles.
I read that mortgages were up 11%,
Wow.
but the rates
New
were
applications?
6.89. Applications up 11%.
Yeah, I have 6.875 for conventional, 6% FHA/VA, and then jumbo 6.5.
Yeah, they've been kind of floating in that range.
Well, you're talking Denver. Yeah, I'm talking nationwide.
Oh, yeah. Well, inventory's up.
That's
everywhere.
a good sign, though.
Yeah,
What buyers don't realize, now's the time to get in on a home,
I agree.
because you'll negotiate a better price and terms than when the rates drop.
Oh,
1%
that's what I tell
drop
everybody.
makes nationwide about 5 million more homes be able to afford a home. So what does that mean? It means more
Competition
buyers.
increases.
Yeah, competition.
Well, like I just pulled a few stats, and I mean, our last 30 days of sold just in Colorado Springs is 854. Currently under contract, you've got 1226. That's about 50%.
Yeah.
So we've seen them. We're definitely seeing some things pick up. So that's happy.
People get hesitant when this thing gets solved with China and all them. You watch what happens.
It's 6.63 right now on a 30-year fix.
You know, okay.
With who?
Hey, Suzanne, send Kelly, if you're listening, send Kelly Nick's info, although she might have already asked you.
Or how many of those are VA down there?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Mark, how much time do I have?
We have a big
2-3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, like just population in there, but when I'm looking at just under contracts, none of that's public.
I see.
Yeah, because I'm just pulling stats off the MLS and under contract. They don't actually disclose any type of contract details.
It's single family homes.
That wasn't specific. That was just our market.
I see.
Yeah, I just looked across the board, but single family homes are moving better than anything multi. Yeah, even better days on market. Because like right now, I've got 1642 active single families with an average days on market of 65. My multis, I have 536, but the average days on market is 82. So it's a much different. Sorry, I was looking for an email.
So it looks like rates about 6.63. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I've seen between 6.5 and 7.
Nice.
So it really just depends. Some of that depends on the buyer's credit and all that stuff.
Yeah, but I'm talking
6.5 to 7.
prime.
My first house was 18%.
Oh,
Yeah, my parents was.
Ours was 8.
Jimmy Carter. He got lucky. He worked for Sun Oil, so when they transferred him, they ended up covering the difference, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the rate. It's amazing, though, to think that high of a mortgage rate. It's amazing.
Tommy's looking good.
Yeah. He goes home today.
Thank God. That's awesome.
Good.
So Mark, I didn't want to say that to Tom because he was.
Remember, we're on.
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later.
Yeah, we're always on, Todd. Even right now, there's probably 100, 200 people listening to it.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
So don't say fuck.
Leave that to Mark.
All right, one line open, 303-713-8255. Mario, hold on. We're trying to get Nick Ravina up. We sent him those pictures. But honestly, I think the installation job is absolutely horrible. I think it's horrible by renewal by Anderson, but I can't imagine Nick's going to say anything else. He might not put it in the exact same words I did. Hey, Dan, what's your comment on that elderly abuse call? Hey, Dan?
Oh, yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you, man. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Mark, listen up. So I just had a thought. The son, the disabled veteran, if he's truly a disabled veteran and he's connected to the VA right now, then there should be some advocate within the VA that he can go to because he's being evicted from that home. And being a disabled veteran, there are requirements when he's living with somebody in terms of giving him a safe place to live and all those kinds of things. So there may be an angle in there where...
That's a good thought, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, who do you think? So how would you... I know very little about that. I know once you're in the system, you probably do. I mean, like literally, he might have a phone number. He might not be in the system at all, though. But you're right. In fact, I'm sure she's still listening. If he does have an advocate, let me ask you this, though, Dan. If he doesn't have an advocate right now, but is truly a disabled veteran, who would he reach out to even start that process, not just for this, but for his whole life?
Right. So he would want to contact the DAV, Disabled American Veterans. It's part of the VA system, but they are the ones who manage the benefits that you're entitled to when you are connected to the VA.
I got it right here. Look, man, this is great information, man. DAV Denver. It's right down on Colfax. It's a big, it's not a huge building, but it's a big building. 720-379-3405. That is a great starting point. And once again, I mean, I don't know if there's anything nefarious going on. I don't know if this was the right thing for that woman. I would like to find out, but this is a great starting point for this guy in general if he doesn't already have an advocate.
That's right. Yeah,
are you
absolutely.
A disabled vet?
Yes, sir, I am.
And where did you get disabled, if you don't mind me asking, and what service?
I was in the Navy. I was in the first Gulf War back in the early 90s.
Yeah.
And I was, exposed to toxins from burn pits and chemical agents back then. So I deal with my whole nervous system has been affected by this, and I live with large amounts of pain every day.
So let me ask you, Dan, how is Uncle Sam, honest to God, man, how is Uncle Sam taking care of you when it comes to this? I mean, I understand just the fact that they, the burn pits are horrible. There's a lot of people affected just like you. So and I just want to put that aside, meaning that happened. But now that that's happened and you're dealing with that on a daily basis, how does Uncle Sam take care of most of you guys?
I will have to say that, unfortunately, it's it's very individually based on what your experience is going to be.
Okay.
It depends on what VA office or medical center that you visit and what staff is going to be working with you, because it's very inconsistent with the VA. fortunately for me, I'm connected up in northern Colorado, so I go to Cheyenne, VA for most of my major things, and then I use the Loveland VA as their satellite office for some of the day-to-day kind of, PCP type stuff. So primary care.
Wow.
But in any case, I have received fairly good care, except for the fact that it is painfully slow, especially when you're going through the diagnostics phase. It's taken me almost 3 years to actually get service connected, and I've been dealing with this pain for 25 years.
That
it started
sucks,
in 94. So, it's slow, but once you start getting the ball rolling and things start happening, I have been taken care of fairly well.
So you've got to, basically you're saying you got to stay on it. You've got to stay on them and advocate for yourself, and things will move along if you're in an office that gives a crap, because it sounds like an office in Denver, and I'm just throwing that out because I assume it's a lot bigger, might be a little harder to deal with.
Well, when he calls, if the home, or if he actually is a resident of Denver, then that's the right office to call.
Got it.
If he's not a resident, they usually have advocates in almost every city in the area, so it's really easy to access them.
Hey,
so,
thank you,
like
man.
I have 2 or 3. Yeah, definitely.
Thanks for the information, but also thanks for the service. Really big time, Dan. I remember that war. That was the original shock and awe. That guy's probably close to my age, maybe a little older, but I remember that Kuwait deal, and we rolled in that first Bush, man, like they just blew him up and the war was over, but those guys were over there for a long time, setting up and a long time over, but that was like the first war of my life that I remember, and it was probably one of the first wars that was televised. Like the whole damn thing was televised, or at least the parts they wanted us to see. June's got a problem with the car, and then we're going to get to Mario as well. Mario, the only reason I'm making you hold, man, is I want to get our expert on. I'll start working on that. Hold tight, brother. You can just tell me, who is it? I'm used to you messing up, brother. When do you need a residential or commercial real estate attorney? I'm going to give you just some ideas of when you need one to go over the buying and selling docs, any kind of loan docs, leases. Maybe you're leasing a home, or more importantly, maybe you're leasing a commercial piece of property. Anything that's complicated, any home you buy from a builder. You can also contact Bradley O'Brien if you have a property line dispute. If you want a title or a survey review, how about just clearing title or a quiet title action? Or maybe you don't know what you need, but you're buying some form of real estate or selling it. That's when you call Brad. 720-370-7388. You're going to love this guy. And I want to end this commercial with this, and I mean it. If you're a landlord in Denver and you haven't updated your lease, I beg you to call and talk to Brad. I don't want to see you getting stuck. 720-370-7388 or olslaw.com. Retirement Planning I'll say it again. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They teamed up with Team Martino there in Wave 8. They take a trusted family-owned team approach to your retirement. They just don't tell you what products to buy. They talk about everything that's got to do with your retirement, including the healthcare aspect. They can even help you optimize your benefits. They can go over Medicare and supplements with you, insurance and different annuity products, long-term care, estate planning. Maybe you have a business you want to leave to other people. I think you're getting the idea. If you're retiring or starting to think of retiring, call these guys. 970-663-3211, or check them out at rpcenter.com. Wasn't it 90 days? Lord have mercy. Hey, Kelly, where are we at on Gravinus? Anywhere? Or not? He's, Kelly, I just tried him. He texted me back. He'll call when he's available. I'll just go to the call. Trust me, I know. You say jokingly.
Three times a week I shall require a cannoli, Mark.
I said when I'm on my route. I'm not doing my route today. It's raining.
I don't work in the rain. Perhaps tomorrow.
It's the first one. I was never a creed guy.
Never much on creeds. That is so funny.
I was laughing at one last night. I'll remember it. They all bleed together at this point.
They are so funny, all those.
Hello, hello. The only problem with the Beatles, and I think we can all agree, the Monkees are much better.
My mom loved the Monkees. She has an album. I think she gave it to me eventually. I think I should have it. All right,
303-713-8255. We've got a lot cooking here. June, I promise we're going to get to this issue with your town and country. And Mario, Nick Ravina, who I sent over the pictures, just texted me. He's going to be available soon, but he's finishing something up. So both of you right afterwards, we're going to get to. But really quick, Mario, I looked at those pictures. I think that's on the inside of the windows that Renewal by Anderson installed, right?
Yeah.
I think it looks absolutely horrible. I mean, like straight up horrible, but I do want to get Nick's thoughts on that. So let me put you back on hold and we'll get him on over the big break. And then June, we'll get to that town and country. But while I'm thinking about it, what is the issue with the service? What happened?
Okay, so I brought my car in to get fixed, and it got fixed, but after I brought it home and looked at the car, I noticed that there was some damage in the front of my car.
After you picked it up?
And then, pardon?
After you picked it up?
Yeah, after I picked it up and brought it home.
Okay.
And then I called the shop, and I brought it there the next day.
What did they say?
And he looked at it. What?
What did the shop say? Did they acknowledge something happened? Did they say, like, someone must have backed into you? What did they say?
Well, he looked at it, and he felt, and he goes, yeah, that kind of looks like a fresh mark, because there was some piece jagged or something.
All right, hold on. I can't wait to find out what shop this is. I'm assuming they're not willing to do anything. Hey, the best realtors in the state here, Stephanie Thomas and Frank Duran, I'm seeing interest rates 6.5% to 7%, depending on credit and everything else in the world. That's about the lowest we've seen in a while. Where's the housing market sitting?
Mark, the housing market, we're seeing a little bit more inventory. We're a little over 3 months of inventory.
So it's a seller's nightmare. It's a buyer's market.
It's more, I would say, transitioning to more of a balanced market.
Okay,
because
fair.
in certain areas, Mark, we're still getting bidding wars. Other areas that have more inventory, it's taking longer to move.
Is it cost? I mean, or in other words, the certain areas, is it literally location only, or is it like pricing? Like everything over 700,000 is sitting longer.
Yeah, well, I think more than that, it's area to area, because you could take one home, let's say $600,000 on one part of town, it might move in 4 days, multiple offers. The other one might take 60 days to move because there's a lot more inventory. Average days on market right now is about 37 days.
All right, we're going to dig into that. This seems like it might be a good time.
Yeah.
Well, and then with interest rates coming down, another question is, if you're thinking of moving, do you do it now or do you wait? I mean, is it better to do it now? We'll find out. Everybody hold tight. And we've got a lot more coming up. We've got a question on reverse mortgages. We're going to go back to June, Mario, and hopefully we get our expert, Nick Ravinas. And then Todd Terry's got his special. Oh, Lord. Anybody need any water, anything?
Use the restroom.
You know where it is, Todd? No, you probably don't. I'll show you. And then think
Stephanie,
about where the pricing is.
check out this stat.
Yes.
For every 1% drop in rates, 5 million more households can afford to buy a home nationwide.
Absolutely.
Is that crazy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So when they dropped just a little bit, mortgage apps went up about 7%.
So that day, sorry, the weather's got me a little icky today. So is that stat your days on market, like off of the report or your actual actives?
It's from, I'll tell you what it's from. It's from the DMARD report from April.
Yep.
Average days was 37. That's for all real estate. For single family, it's 34, and for attached, 46 days.
So the report that CAR put out for the Springs shows their average days at 45. Their days on market, when in reality we're at 69 for active properties.
Are they talking though?
Days till the sale versus active properties.
But do they also mean like all real estate, or are they including
That's
like? Okay, so that's attached and detached.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But my attached is 82. So
when
I go and divide that out, and then my out of my current actives, and then my single family current actives is 65.
Well, you think a little condominium for $230,000 be easy to sell? They're taking longer.
Well,
where is it?
Those,
I have one it's actually Denver. Yeah. It's really Denver. It's kind of by Yosemite, right in that area. And we did get it under contract.
Is it all insurance?
HOA is a big thing. Insurance is a big thing.
Yes.
And taxes.
Yep.
Taxes. Yeah.
So that $213,000 condo, even if you paid cash for it, you're probably still laying out with HOA insurance, property taxes. Shit, you could be laying out $24,000 a year.
Yeah, Mark. And then
think about that. You can rent a place for that.
Oh my gosh! And then some sellers are giving incentives saying we'll pay your HOA for a year.
Yeah,
they're getting, some of them are getting desperate. Yeah,
that's terrible.
That's a rough market in some areas.
So I have a listing right now that's $235. It has a leasehold title interest, so you're only actually purchasing the improvements on the property, not the land. That leasehold payment monthly is about $750. It's $749 for my seller, so about $750. And you're only being taxed on your improvements personally, so there is some offset, but it's It's a big one too.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, and that's not like a manufactured home in a park. That's like a modular construction on a permanently affixed foundation.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't understand why who owns it? Who owns the land?
The land would be the management company that owns it.
And they just allow people to come in and lease it and put a foundation.
These homes are all built. It's a whole neighborhood like that. Yeah.
God, I wonder if that could be a great investment. You go in and buy land and just do that?
Yeah, because when my
but they're not mini homes or anything? No. They're on foundation.
1,500 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, really nice little property.
Huh.
Yeah.
But when you buy it,
you're only purchasing.
How long is the lease for?
Ever.
So the lease, it sounds like an airplane hangar almost, or a 99.
It's a long-term lease.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's interesting, actually.
It is. And the management company that you're paying your lease, your leasehold to, they have covenants and things like an HOA.
Sure.
So they're still managing the community, but yeah, it's kind of an interesting. But it's one of those that the purchase price on the property is $235,000, and it blows your mind when you look at it because you're like, this is so nice compared to anything. I mean, you can't find anything else, except in this neighborhood in that price.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, when you guys heard that lady call up, whose neighbor, the mother and all that, where does your brain go at first? Do you think like they're upset because someone else came in and now maybe the son's not getting any money, he doesn't have the free house, or does your brain, I'm not saying like, I'm just saying, where does your brain go at first? Or do you think like, nothing nefarious here, he's probably just mad he's, getting kicked out of the house by his sister. He was probably taking advantage. Or maybe the sister is trying to ace him out and she got to the mother first. I mean, what's your initial thought?
I draw on past experience, Mark, and a lot of times it's because somebody's spiteful.
Spiteful.
Yeah, I'll get calls like that. But but I'll also listen because everybody's situation's different, but I do run into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of, and I'm trying to correct that within myself to immediately go to where it generally goes, because sometimes it doesn't go there.
Well, and I can look at it from another perspective, where when my grandmother was at the end, she wanted to go home, but she really couldn't go home.
Yeah.
And she wanted to, and ultimately she stayed. She was in a hospital. So if the son is hearing all of this and he's like, just let her come home, that's where she wants to be.
Yeah.
And the other side is like, no, she really can't.
Well, not only no, she can't. She fell
right?
and ended up in the ER.
That's why ultimately, my grandmother fell a few times too. So, I mean, ultimately that's, kind of what I look at it, just, having had the family situation like that, where it's like you've got the side, where the grandmother or the older person really wants to be in their home, but they really can't be. So the son might be like, just let her come be where she wants to be. And the other side's like, no, it's not safe. So they're
not safe at all. In fact, it's not even, in a lot of those cases, it's not practical.
Right. I mean, so besides like, like the real estate or the, outside influences, I mean,
my grandmother,
something like that.
My grandmother and uncle I saw in the hospital and in these homes, and, they come in, they move you all the time or else you'll get bed sores. Yeah. I mean, really, they were non-functional. There's no way you could do this at your house.
That's tough.
Yeah, it gets to where it just, breaks your heart when people are at that point where they can't do what they want to do. Their bodies don't cooperate like they used to.
Yeah, I know.
And it is heartbreaking, especially when you watch someone forever be this independent, take care of everyone around them, and then at the end when they need the help and they can't. It's hard for them to accept it.
I know.
So.
My grandmother would have went. She would have wanted to go way earlier. I kind of wish my dad and his siblings kind of pulled the plug. She couldn't talk, couldn't communicate, basically fed by a tube, a vegetable for the last year. I mean, she was 94, but that last year she had Alzheimer's and it just beat the shit out of her.
So, my great-grandfather had Alzheimer's, and we're talking like old Italian guy up in Philadelphia, and they put him in, at the end, he was in a facility, and he would sit there, my mom said, and like cuss these nurses up and down in Italian, but smiling at them so sweetly, like they had no flipping clue at
That's
all.
funny.
Like giving them. So it's like they walk away feeling really good, and he's really giving them, the what
You
for.
piece
And,
of shit.
yeah, pretty much.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
My grandfather had, my whole dad's side has, he would sneak out of the house and walk downtown Brooklyn. I mean, this is in the early 1900s.
So you don't have to lose.
It'd be my great-grandfather.
Troubleshooter's gonna help come and make.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind where we tackle any issue you need help with. I don't care if it's a bad contractor or you think someone is abusing somebody that's elderly, anything we try to get involved in. During the break, we were kind of talking about that call. I'm not going to dive back into it, but the reason I bring it up, if you go to youtube.com, type in Troubleshooter Network, when we're on breaks, you can actually see us. But on top of that, you can actually hear us when I'm not doing a live commercial. We kind of cut to what we're talking about. And I kind of went around the room, and I was curious if you heard that call. If not, listen to the first hour. But someone called up, and they thought someone was being abused because they wanted to come home from a care facility of some sort. I'm not even sure if it was memory care or what we're talking. But that person fell down or apparently fell down and had some issues, and one of the siblings decided it was time for a home, but the other sibling doesn't like that. He visits his mother, and the mother always wants to come home. And we were talking about that a lot of times, and we're going to try to look into that a little more. But a lot of times what happens is, yeah, of course they want to come home, but that doesn't mean they're capable of taking care of themselves. That person ended up in the hospital because they either fell out of bed or fell somewhere. There was multiple stories on it, but at some point, it's probably simply not to be safe unless you know what you're doing taking care of somebody like that. But I don't know. Those calls are kind of curious to me. Now, I want to talk real quick, then we're going to go to June, David, and Bill. Hey, Kelly, are you there? Do me a favor. I want you to open up line 2, Mario, until I hear back from Nick, because I really want him on at the same time. Yeah, that's fine. So, like what I'm saying is, let's free up line 2. So we'll have one line open, 303-713-8255. We have got a plethora of questions here. I'm going to finish up with June right after this. But Todd Terry, we were talking about the break. You guys do a whole home energy audit. Todd is with, actually, you've owned Apple Air, been on a referral list for 25 years. But the energy audit, 60% of it is paid for by, say, example, Excel Energy, right?
That's correct. In-home.
Get closer to that mic for me.
That's correct, Mark. In-home energy audit, Excel Energy will pay up to 60% of the cost of the audit, up to $200 for gas customers that are homes are heated by gas.
So listen to this, folks. So after that discount, let's get to the nuts and bolts, Tom, or Todd. Is it like $500 and then minus $200? What is the net cost if they're Excel Energy customer?
$450 for an energy audit if they're a gas customer.
And then they get $200 off?
They get $200 off.
So they only net $250 for the whole thing.
That's correct.
Now listen to what these guys come out and do at your house. And think of air conditioning. You're getting ready to turn that on. How much of that air conditioning leaves your house? What do you guys do for that $250?
We go in and do a whole home energy assessment. We'll make recommendations for on the heating and cooling, on your appliances, on infiltration. We'll do a complete analysis of the duct system, and basically you'll leave with a complete report of your performance of your home.
And Excel picks that up. Now, do you do like any kind of weather sealing during that?
We absolutely do. We do.
So like around doors, windows, you do the weather sealing.
Yep.
How about insulation?
Insulation in the attic.
Okay, listen to what he's saying. $250, insulation, weather sealing around the house, then a full report. They're going to make sure your registers are doing what they're supposed to do. And you set that little, what is that, a reverse air box?
It's a blower door test, so we will extract all the air out of the home.
And see
then,
where it's coming in.
And then we'll go and retreat and find where the infiltration is and make recommendations for sealing those areas.
And you'll test the efficiency of, say, the air conditioner.
That is correct. The air conditioner,
How about, like, let's say you go look at the condenser outside, and it's packed full of, like, leaves from winter.
Cotton. Cotton is a big one.
Cotton's a big one.
Yes, from the cottonwood trees.
Do you guys blow that out?
Absolutely. We clean it out.
And it's all part of the 250.
Absolutely.
It's the weather sealing and the insulation that gets me. And Excel, this is one of those benefits that there's a lot of people that have Excel and they're lucky because I don't have Excel. We've got Black Hills or whatever, and they almost offer nothing ever for anything.
Right.
But Excel does offer a lot of these rebates. So you can sign up for that. Listen, 303-733-2813. I've known Todd for at least 15, 20 years, maybe even longer, quite frankly. And you actually did one of my AC units when we first moved to Franktown. In fact, I think you literally installed it.
I think I did too, Mark.
Yeah, that was really cool, man. And that unit's still up and cruising like 100%.
That's good.
Yeah, it's our upstairs unit. So here's the good news. When the kids moved out, that unit was for upstairs. We were able just to turn it off. We just simply don't use it, so our energy bill went down.
Oh, fantastic.
All right, so you can go to appleair.com as well. You got an E at the end, right?
That's correct.
Apple Air with that E at the very end.com or 303-733-2813. You should get that book. The $450 is a great price, but then with the $200 rebate, that's incredible. Hey, June, let's go let's go back to this car issue. So you bring it to a shop. You pick it up. You didn't notice when you picked it up, but you get the car all the way home and you notice damage on the front. I want you to explain what the damage looked like. Like someone dropped a tool on it or like a car backed into it. Kind of explain to everybody listening what it was.
Yeah. Yes, it just looked like a truck or somebody maybe with a pole or something. I don't know. Somebody backed into it somehow.
And where was it on the car? The front or the back? Where was it?
Well, it was on the front right corner, I believe.
And how come you didn't see it? You walked up to the driver's side, basically, and didn't even see that side of the car till you got home, parked, and then walked into your house and you passed that side of the car?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it the next day, and then I called the shop, and he said, well, you can either bring it in when you get that next inspection, or you can bring it in tomorrow or today, whenever that was. So I brought it in. I said, let me just bring it in and show you.
And what did he say when he looked at it? He said, yeah, it looks like a fresh mark.
Well, he did. He said, yeah, it looked like a fresh mark. He goes, okay. So he was pretty good. I mean, their shop is pretty good. And, you know, it seemed like he was going to fix it and stuff. And then I didn't notice he had made some calls to me that I didn't get. So I got to call him back. But I also noticed something in the back. So I'm just wondering, I'm just more like the situation.
So ultimately, you've got a question. You've got a question in general. A lot of people don't understand. When your car is given to someone into their custody, like when you drop it off at a shop, there's a couple things here. Let me ask you this: if you dropped it off and there was a hailstorm, do you think that they would be responsible?
No.
Nope, that's right. They would not be responsible. Now, if they told you, hey, June, while we have the care and custody of your car, we're going to actually keep it inside so nothing happens, and they didn't keep it inside, and then there was hail damage, they would be responsible. Now, we need to figure out what happened. There's a big difference between if a tool dropped on it, something that happened in their shop that they created, or if someone backed into you, or if they backed into somebody with your car. Without knowing those questions, I'm not sure how we would prove anything. If they attempted to turn it over to what's called their garage keepers policy, and the garage keepers denied it, then there's probably no proof out there. Do they have cameras around the facility?
I don't believe so, because they have a very tight, it's a very small parking lot, and they have tons of cars in there. So
after talking to the manager or owner and showing the damage, and he acknowledged it looks fresh, what was your impression of where the conversation was left? Did you think he was going to do something like fix it, or what was your impression of his reaction?
Yeah, my impression of his reaction was that he was going to do something.
But then nothing happened. What is the last conversation you had with him?
Well, and I think I was looking at my phone log yesterday, and I think I did see that he had called, but I didn't see that before. So my impression is he's going to fix it. I want to mention the backside, but he may not be amenable to that. But I just want to, my impression is I want to see what he's going to do.
Do you have a picture of the damage?
I do.
Can you hold? Let me put you on hold. I got to take this break anyhow. Send it to, well, Kelly will tell you where to send it. I want to look at the picture of the damage. I'm curious if it looks like a car or if it looks like a tool, or maybe if she was getting an oil change, the thing you push up under the car. I mean, I'd like to see what it looks like. And then David's got a question on the reverse mortgage. Bill's got a contractor issue, and a lot more after this. Hey, is your daughter still working?
She is.
Very cool.
Yeah, she's a hairstylist. She just had a baby a year ago. Little Axel. He's an awesome little dude.
That's a good name.
Yeah, Axel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, we have 6 grandbabies now, Mark.
Oh my God.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
What's the...
You're blessed. That's awesome.
Oh, so blessed.
Gravina! I can't do it like Larry, but you know what I can do? I can use Gravinas, and I have. In fact, they just installed the most beautiful sliding door in our kitchen going out to our patio. I love it. It is so smooth compared to the old one. Now, I realize it's new, but the quality is so much better. The pricing was great. I love the way it works. They come out, they give you an estimate, whether it's entry doors, window replacement, anything you can name, siding. These guys do it. Over 100,000 successful projects. Call Nick Gravina and the gang. 303-472-8462 or gravinas.com.
Serenity now.
Serenity now. What was Serenity now? Something later. Serenity now.
Insanity later.
Insanity later. Okay, I'm trying to really think of which one. One, Suzanne was almost asleep. I've got my phone, literally my phone. I usually will turn Seinfeld on this phone on my nightstand, and I turn it way down so I can just barely hear it. But occasionally one comes up that just cracks me up, and I got to stop laughing. And then, of course, I might wake her up.
Yeah.
But I was thinking of which one that was last night. It was good, too, man.
Mark, the first time I saw the rye bread, he says, give me that rye bread, old bag. He runs off.
And remember, he met back up with her at Del Boca Vista.
I laughed so hard. And Renee was taking a nap, and she says, what's so funny? And I was.
How do you explain that?
Yeah, how do you explain that? That's how she became a fan of the show, because of that one episode.
The rye bread. How about the cheater letters or the Chester letters?
Oh, where they burn the
cabin burns down. Burn.
Oh, man. Leave it to Kramer.
Yeah. Then he wants to know if he can get some more cigars.
Classics.
Or when George's girlfriend went topless, and everybody saw her topless before he did at the ocean. It's when Kramer stole the lobsters.
You remember the one where he took what do you take out of the clothes? And he says they won't last like 5 years if I take these out. And she goes, 5 years? He goes, patience.
Hold on one second. Hey, is Kelly, is she sending that picture? I can't hear a word you're saying. Not a word. Not a word. I assume you can't hear me. I can't hear you. Maybe I'll text her. Go ahead, Todd. I'm going to text her.
Mothballs? Was that what was in his coat?
No. You know, they went to, what was the name of that place? Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
Elaine was trying to get even with the owner because she ignored her. So she brings Kramer in pretending he's a multi-billionaire building a roller coaster or something ridiculous. And he said, we're going to go to Plan B. She goes, there is no Plan B. And he tells her, these clothes won't last 5 years without these. She goes, 5 years. Patience.
Patience. Classics.
I can't believe I'm calling her.
Oh, thanks, Don.
Want me to wave at her?
No. No need.
She's talking to somebody.
Yeah. Boom, 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 ba boom, boom.
Stephanie, were you advertising on Zillow at all?
You know, I was, but I didn't see any kind of anything out of it, so I went ahead and just cut the cost.
I cut back for a while, and I'll tell you why. Because instead of sending us like regular real estate,
line one, are they sending the pictures over?
which is not real real estate, it's never sent us a bunch of things. So we cut way back.
Hesitant, that's fine. Okay.
Really? We were doing good for a while. Ty was closing like, I think he had a year where he closed over 30 homes.
Wow.
And I would say probably about 60% of those were his Zillow leads.
That's amazing.
No, I'm not worried about him, but let's get, I want to see those pictures big time, then we'll call her back. All right.
Yeah, I
Bye.
just actually cut it.
Do you use Zillow Showcase though?
I was doing show.
I don't know what you mean by talk back button. Yeah, I've been in offline this whole time. I can hear you perfectly.
You have to balance it, right?
Yeah, I have to do a little balancing, which is insane because my
You mean like
manager
this?
just emailed me, and I'm in the top 10 in my office.
Generally,
And I'm
why
like,
can't you hear me in
I never would
offline
have
all of a
guessed that.
sudden? Where
Like,
almost
I'm
every
like,
other show you can.
so down compared to what I was last year.
It'll
I hope so, because like literally, I'm like, it's sad right now with what's going like. But I've just had this, like I told you, this run of. It's been interesting. Like, I've
Well,
had
that's
so
right.
many
It
transactions
would be
being
nice to
sold.
know that at the beginning.
You know, and I've
before I
never, like,
literally
I've
have
had
to
in the
call.
last
That's
6 months, I've had more cancellations, not just against me, just life, you know, this or that, a transaction, and, you know, different things. It's just been a set of circumstances, but I've had more.
All right, 303-713-8255. Soon as I get those pictures of that car, I'm going to try to even get them up on our YouTube channel. And then we're going to get her back on, hopefully give her some good advice. I'm hoping they step up, but I'd like to see what kind of damage it is. Now, David's been holding for a while on a reverse mortgage question. Go ahead, David.
Thank you. Yes, I have. I have a question in general. I'm planning on purchasing a house very soon, within a couple of months. It's in a state of being built.
Sure.
I'm 66 years old. Do you have a general guess that you can guess for me that I could collect through a government-sponsored reverse mortgage plan? Let's say when I'm 70, and let's say the house is worth $700,000 at that point.
Well, when you're 70, you'd probably be able to tap into almost 50% of that equity.
And so what would that look like in monthly payments? Is there such a thing as they structure something?
Yeah, they could calculate. They could calculate it based upon what the average death would be at a male. I don't know if that's 83. I don't know what that is, but they would calculate it, then do the division. Then you would basically get that check, or even better yet, you would why not just do a line of credit that you can use? And the reason I say that on the line of credit is that line of credit will grow. So let's say you have a $350,000 line of credit. Each year, that will grow the same rate as the interest. So if the interest is 5%, I mean, you'd be looking at growing that line of credit about $20,000 each year. So you would have more and more available compared to getting those checks. I mean, it would still even grow with those checks. Does that make sense to you?
No, that's over my head, to be honest with you. So I thought it was a different type of arrangement where you get a monthly check. If you were to live extraordinarily long, you'd still continue to get those checks.
Well, that's more of it. Let's do this. Let's get John Clace on for this guy, Kelly. Yeah, let's get John on. I don't think they do it the way you're thinking, but let's ask John. I mean, that sounds more of like an annuity product. What age are you going to buy the house at?
At 66, and I didn't intend to stop working until I'm 70.
Yeah.
And the house is being sold. It's a new build. It's being sold now for $660 or $660,000.
Yeah.
I'm just going to guess it's going to be worth $7, probably in 4 years.
Yeah, that'd be right. But you're not going to buy it with the reverse mortgage, right? Are you going to buy it like cash or go ahead?
Cash. With cash.
Yeah, and then you would you would basically sell it back to yourself using a reverse mortgage.
Right. But I thought I was selling to the government. I thought they were giving me money on it.
No, they're government backed. There's a lot of regulations. I'm gonna have John on in a second, but I'll tell you a few basics. Everybody else out there. So one, people think because the government is kind of involved. There's two things. One, you can only charge so much. Whatever those amounts are, whatever those percentages are, whoever's doing the loan can only charge so much. But where that confuses a lot of people, other people can save you a lot of money. The guy I'm getting on, John, with CMG, they're actually the bank. They do their own loans. They're not like resellers of loans like a lot of people. So they're like the direct lender. And they can save you money on a reverse mortgage. But the government did make it to where people can extremely overcharge you. Let me lock you in. Hey, John, how does that work on the most you can charge for a reverse mortgage? I know you guys don't do that, but what is allowable?
Well, they allow up to, it's usually depending on the loan size, but the origination fee is usually capped at $6,000. But it's the mortgage insurance fee that's the most expensive, and that really depends on what your loan amount's going to be.
Got it. And that's where you guys but you guys can do better than almost anybody out there on a reverse. Is that correct?
We can lower that origination fee, and we do that a lot.
Now listen to this question. So let's go through the options real quick. He's 65. He's going to pay cash for it. When he's 70, he's going to turn around and do a reverse mortgage on it. So on 100% of it, and at age 70, he would get pretty close to, he'd get close to 50%. What would he get as of right now? Like 47? What?
No, probably 45. 45.
So he'd get 45, and then the options would be you have a line of credit for that equity, and that line of credit would grow along with that interest rate. So what would that be right now? How much would that line of credit roughly grow each year?
Well, it grows. Actually, what it does, it increases by the size of the mortgage insurance. So, and it grows because you get older. But it grows by about, 2% a month on there.
Okay, good.
So it grows quite a bit if you're not using it.
It grows a lot if you're not using it. Now, what are your options, John, on monthly checks? So instead of getting a line of credit, how does the bank, or how does CMG in this case, how do they actually factor? Is there any product with reverse mortgage where you get guaranteed a certain amount till the day you die, or that does not exist?
Exactly.
It does exist, and we run it. It depends on the age. It's called the 10-year, but you can do you're guaranteed this much per month. And we run it, based on age and value of the house and things like that. But it's guaranteed for the rest of your life, and you can also do different things. If you needed more, we can run that number and say, okay, this will last you for 12 years, and then you're out. If you need more.
So there is a product.
So there's many options.
So there is a product that could just. Yeah, basically, the guy lives to 115. He's going to get that same amount till the day he dies.
The day he dies.
God, I didn't know that. It's almost like an annuity.
Yeah, it is. And then you can do it many different ways where you can take a lump sum, say you needed 20 or 30 grand out first, and then see what it'll give you on a monthly basis. So a lot of options with the reverse mortgage as far as
what would the name of that product be?
Well, it's a reverse mortgage, but the company I would go through is John. I literally use John at CMG. John, I say this in your spots I do for you. How many billions do you guys do a month?
We're about $3 billion across the country.
So think about that. First of all, if you're listening on a podcast or YouTube, you can call John up. He can help you with these products all over the country, anywhere.
What's that phone number?
John's at 303-882-6679, or his website's so easy, partnerinlending.com. Partner in Lending, but he's happy to answer any questions for anybody listening. But the bottom line is, and I really want to drive this through, he doesn't go out. Typically, a mortgage broker goes out, they shop you. Here's your credit score, here's your income, here's you, and they get interest rates. Then they basically mark it up and make the spread. I mean, is that an easy way to say it, John?
Yeah, it's a very easy way to say it. They'll do, shop to many different brokers, and you don't know if they're giving you the best deal or not. And yeah.
So, I mean, go direct with the bank. I don't know how else to put it. I don't know why. I use John. There, I'll say it right now. He did my all-in-one loan, and that's another incredible thing. In fact, let me ask you something, John, while we have David still on. Now, I don't know what the income requirements are, but it's an asset-based loan. So basically, my house, and I don't want to use real numbers, but my house was worth $100 at the time. So I got an $80 line of credit on my house. I got basically 80% line of credit, and we don't owe anything on my house. And I can do whatever I want with that $80. I can take it out, I can pay it down, and I have a checking account attached to it. So any dollars I put in the checking account offsets whatever's owed out of that $80. So if I have $40 in the checking account and $40 taken out of my credit line, I have no payment, no interest due whatsoever. It's an amazing product, and I have access to that money for how long, John?
30 years.
30-year line of credit. If you're a small business person out there and you have a lot of equity in your house and your cash flow is good, you could have no mortgage. You could sweep your business account into this product and have no mortgage payment, no interest. But that's a whole different product. But these guys are the bank. They do it all. I'm going to give the information out. David, you have any other questions, or you can call John direct, 303-882-6679.
I'll do that. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. And John, I appreciate you coming on as our expert. Once again, partnerinlending.com. Thanks again, John. I'll talk to you later. Partnerinlending.com. Now, everybody hold tight. We got an issue with Verizon, a contractor issue, and much, much, much more right after this.
That sounds very interesting, Mark.
What's that?
What you just said sounds very interesting.
Oh, that all-in-one's crazy. I got basically like a $1.5 million line of credit that's good for 30 years.
Yeah.
And you can do it on a second house. You could do it Yeah, you can do it on any property owned. They don't do commercial, but any kind of like lake house or ski condo, anything.
That's really good to know. What about, you said something about if you're a business owner?
Hold on one sec. Let me do this. So if you've got, hold on. I always think he's going to say I'm Buzz Lightyear. Red Rock's Roof and Solar. Man, do I love these guys. You know, Brooke's team all works for her. Her installers, the people that sell you a new solar system, people that repair old solar systems. It's a one-stop shop. They're not going to disappear, and you're not dealing with multiple companies. If you're looking for a commercial system, she can get you grant money from Denver or Colorado or the feds. She can help you save a ton. In fact, sometimes she has saved listeners 100%, meaning they got a free solar system. Check her out at Red Rocks RS, as in roofandsolar.com. RedRocksRS.com. So, whatever you do monthly goes into your checking account there. You would simply sweep it in every night, okay? And you have full access to that money. But you would sweep it in to this account, and basically what that would do is offset whatever balance you had. So if you had $100,000 coming in every month, $100,000 average monthly balance, and $100,000 owned on the line of credit, you would never incur any interest and you wouldn't owe a nickel.
Wow.
And then whenever you need the money, you just sweep it back in. I mean, you're not going to sweep everything in every night, but you'd be like, sweep in whatever. There's a lot of people.
CMG Mortgage.
Yeah. Partnerinlending.com. Call John up, though. He's the guy over there. And then underwriting, everything's right there in the bank, man. You're dealing with them. It's not like we've all bought homes in here. It's not like, I've got to talk to underwriting, which, you never talk to them. Whoever you're dealing with talks to them.
Yeah.
I mean, you're dealing with the bank.
Do you think it matters if your home, like our homes, are in trust?
No, does not matter.
Yeah.
They can do a trust. In fact, we put ours in a trust after we had the mortgage. We didn't have to do anything, but I had that same question for him. It cannot be like, it can be in a trust, but once again, it can't be commercial property.
Yeah.
I mean, they have other commercial products, but not the one we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 30-year line of credit. That's incredible.
Yeah.
And it's also asset-based. So let's say the income isn't what the line of credit would equal, but you have a bunch of retirement funds and you own some cars and you own a second house. All that goes into the pot.
Right.
So in other words, it's not just income, but asset-based.
Yeah.
Because there's people that get it that are on Social Security, but they have $1 million in the bank, but their income is only $5,000 a month, and they're looking for $1 million line of credit.
How's business been this year?
It's down.
Is it down a little bit?
Yeah, it's about 24%.
A lot of hesitant buyers is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, we're financing a lot of people. A lot of people are being declined on financing.
Yeah.
And it started the fourth quarter of 24. And there was a lot of COVID money flying around then, and
Everybody had money.
They were replacing heating and cooling systems like crazy, and things were up, and now things are kind of back to normal.
But you're down year over year.
We're down year over year. Yeah. Advertising is through the roof. Our advertising spend is through the roof, and
that's the competition.
It's almost like,
you got to be the loudest in the room.
Don't stop advertising though.
You got to be the loudest in the room.
Yeah. Because if you sow nothing, you reap nothing.
That's it. We're really working on trying to get some market disruptors going. Being the loudest in the room, Mark. Yeah.
They might be coming back with us. We had a company, Euro Plumbing, and they do the PEX
whole house repipe.
But I'll tell you what they did. That man, I sold so many, and Tom sold so many for him. $14.99 water heaters.
Yeah.
Just left and right. Actually, it was $13.99 for a 40 and $14.99 for a 50. And I know they weren't making much money at all, but they were getting into the house, and they sold some PEX jobs. They make money off the PEX jobs.
Yeah.
And they also there's other companies that advertise very heavily on TV, the PEX.
Yeah.
That's their main sub is Euro. So Euro's the one doing it. Gotcha. Which is crazy, but they're doing it at a wholesale rate for the other guys.
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right, 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We love education. We love educating. We were kind of talking about where business was at in general. Todd Terry, owner of Apple Air, said something interesting. When all that COVID money was going around, there was people buying furnaces, ACs left and right, huh, man? Think of all the money people had.
Yeah, there's a lot of money flying around, COVID money, we call it.
Yeah, our kids were 18 and 20 in, I think, 2020, first COVID checks. They got full-blown COVID checks. Our kids got like $4,000 from Uncle Sam.
Crazy.
Because they filed their own taxes. It was COVID money. It was legitimately COVID money. Then a lot of people stealing from Uncle Sam, getting COVID loans they probably never should have. Right here in Colorado, the unemployment was taken advantage of so bad, it's remarkable. I mean, it was like no one was at the helm in Denver, and they were just sending out checks left and right.
That's correct. A lot of people were a lot of people were working from home during those times.
Yep.
Taking care of much needed projects and improvements in their homes. And
yep.
Heating and air conditioning was at the top of the list. Energy retrofits, so the insulation and windows, and that money was just flying around. It was great for all of us contractors. And
that energy deal you got going now, though, for $250, man, you come do all the weather sealing. If an attic needs insulation, you add that. You run the entire house to make sure there's not big gaps anywhere. You clean the condenser on the freaking AC. You check the furnace. You check everything.
Check the air conditioner for energy efficiency and
just the weather stripping alone is worth that.
It's huge. The air infiltration is often
that's where all our AC goes.
Overlooked.
Yeah,
that's correct.
All right, Bill, what is going on with you? By the way, 2 lines open, 303 Martino, 303-713-8255. Bill, what say you?
Good morning, Tom. Hired a contractor to do some work in my home, and we've reached a point where the relationship has to be severed mid-contract. So I contacted your organization to see if I could get a list of maybe 3 names of arbitrators, because that's, in the contract it says that's the first step in the resolution process, and I don't know any arbitrators, and since I no longer trust my contractor, I'm not really sure I'm going to trust an arbitrator that he comes up with.
Well, the arbitrator is generally from a list. I'm sorry about that. I missed the cough button, but generally speaking, if you're going into mediation or arbitration and it's binding, you would typically have a list in that contract that says something like, Arbitrators of America. And I can't remember exactly what they're called, but you would both pick somebody from there. You would never go out and hire your own for the same reason you don't want them doing the same. But the other thing you've got to think about is when you go in there, you probably need a contractor of some sort, somebody that is in the exact same industry. For example, if it's a roofing thing we're talking about, you probably need an expert witness to actually calculate what your damages are if you have any damages. I would think that would be the first thing. And then you look literally into the contract to see what it says about arbitration. What does it say? What does the arbitration clause say?
Well, it says that if the dispute arises concerning any matter, both parties agree to meet with a mutually acceptable mediator to resolve the dispute.
Okay. Well, then that means you both got to find a mediator.
Well, right, but there's no list.
It doesn't point to anything like AAA, ICDR, or anything like that.
No, sir, it does not. It just says mutually acceptable to meet with a mutually acceptable mediator. So, I'm looking for someone who can perform that function, right? Because, I'm not in the industry. I don't know, anybody that's a
mediator,
knowledgeable in the construction industry. And that's part of it too.
Yeah, and it's a big deal because you're both, according at least to your agreement, you both need to accept the same one. I would reach out to them with some ideas that you have for a mediator. What kind of problem is it, by the way?
Well, the problem is that the trust between the parties has been.
No, but I'm saying when you get down to the nitty gritty of it, is it like a roof? Is it like a basement refinish? Because you're going to want a mediator that understands at least the industry. You don't want to go to a mediator that understands car problems for a landscaping issue.
And that's why I called you folks.
Yeah, we don't.
Because I figured that you would know a lot. You would know mediators who had knowledge of the construction industry, and you could give me, a few names that I could propose, and then he could pick one.
Then I'm going to go back to the same question I just asked you. What kind of construction? What are we talking about here?
We're talking about basement finishing.
Okay, so it's like a basement finish. I'm trying to think who I would know that would have a great mediator lined up for that. You know who I want to get on? I'm going to put you on hold. Get me Szymanski, Kelly. Get me Szymanski. I bet he knows someone that we can trust as well. I betcha. And it's kind of weird that the other person would have to agree on the same. Generally, they would give a list or a group of people or an organization where that mediator's got to be from, and then you both kind of agree on it. But that's what you read to me is a little different there. Let's take this quick break. We're going to come back. Mike's got a tax issue, question on electrical company, and then Art, the issue with Verizon will be next, but hopefully we can get Szymanski on. Everybody hold tight. And then, guys, I promise I'll get to realtor stuff. Just freaking packed today.
That's a good thing.
Let's see here. Realtor.
Yeah.
Discount bath and Gravinas. I didn't know discount baths were 30s, but okay.
Residential eviction laws in Colorado
are horrible.
Terrible.
Yeah, they favor
Gravina. I can't do it like Larry, but you know what I can do? I can buy stuff from them. We just got a new slider from them in our kitchen leading out to our patio. This door is top notch, top quality. I love the fact that Nick Gravina came out. They do all the measurements, him and his guys, and everything went about as smooth as it could. Like literally, they said it'll be installed and delivered on this date, and everything went perfect. I know I got the best deal out there. They do free estimates. They have over 20 different window manufacturers. I love that about them. Most people try to push you into one product. These guys got 20 manufacturers, 50 different lines. You've heard the name, Gravinas.com. That's the website, Gravinas.com. Now, let's talk about Discount Bath. How many contractors out there put the name Discount right in their website, right in the name of the company? Well, they do, and I'll tell you why. Because you're going to get a very quality remodel from people you love, from experienced crews. You're going to be so happy with the outcome, you're going to be calling me on air, and you're going to get it for a discount price. Check out discountbath.com. From tub to shower conversions to full remodels, discountbath.com. You can get cash back for every gallon of gas you buy, but you've got to go to the most expensive gas stations in the world.
I reached out to a guy I know who's a mediator.
What do you say?
Waiting for him to respond.
See if we can get him on.
Yeah. He's an attorney that does mediation, so.
I just found something that's great, too, on it. I just found something that's great on it. Yep, I love it.
Yeah, my father passed away, and I had his home in there. He had a daughter. I don't blame her, but she took up residency in there and
trying to get. She's a squatter.
She's a squatter, and
About 5 or
how long did it take you?
5 to 8 minutes on Mark Szymanski.
My attorney involved on this thing, and actually, the city of Aurora chased a guy to that house. SWAT got involved. They had to remove this guy from SWAT, and my brother-in-law is commander of Denver SWAT. And he called me and said, "Hey, dude, you know this is going on at your dad's house?" Oh my gosh, what now? And he said, maybe this is the key to getting the keys to that house. But the guy came out with his hands up. He said if he would have went in there, we would have got possession of the house.
Oh wow!
Crazy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. With those eviction laws.
Yeah, I asked him if he wants to come on. Just waiting for him to respond. He may be in a mediation.
Yeah, they don't make it easy, Todd.
Yeah, they really don't. I got a colleague that owns property in Oklahoma, and he said it's 5 days there.
Szymanski needs 5 minutes.
Okay.
That's what I like about what Barry Miller does, Mark, is other states have different laws.
Mm-hmm.
You could 1031 and probably buy double the price or get double for your money in a different state, and they do all the research for you. You know, instead of being a landlord out here, really they make it very turnkey for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mediation Association of Colorado. Bam, this is what he wants. The MAC. You know, it's so nice seeing a president that's on the damn. At least he takes questions every day, you know?
Yeah.
Like it or hate it. I mean, at least you know he's alive and he's taking questions.
And very much coherent.
And coherent.
Yes. I heard China's secretly talking to America, but they don't want they have to save face a little bit so they don't look like they're cowering down, I guess.
Oh, big time to their own people.
Yeah.
All right, so check it out. Very interesting. Let me pull this guy back up. By the way, 303-713-8255. So that's Bill, right? Hey, Bill, very interesting here. I'm going to give you a website, all right?
Okay.
ColoradoMediation.org. It's known as the MAC. And these are people, it's the largest statewide private nonprofit organization dedicated to the promotion of mediation. And people that belong to this should be acceptable to you and should be acceptable to the contractor. In fact, Colorado.gov, the judicial branch, actually basically says this is who you should use. And if you go there, you can actually click Find a Mediator. When you hit Find a Mediator, you're going to pick out what county the mediation's going to be done in, and then it's going to give a list. I would use basically anybody on here, and if there's already a court case going, or if you end up filing suit against these people, and mediation is going to be mandatory because that's what's in the contract, and they invoke that clause, then you can actually pull up the suit number or the lawsuit number and attach that mediator right to it and go to the mediation.
Well, the contract states that mediation must occur before any legal proceeding.
Yeah, so go here. That's what, then you're going to go here and you're going to search by county, or you can even search by city. So if you're in Douglas County, you hit Douglas, and then it'll actually drill down to, is it a construction issue? Is it this? Is it that? Whatever. It's going to give you different things.
All right. And can you give me that website one more time, please?
Absolutely. ColoradoMediation.org.
Okay.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure I
And they're
down
all
correctly.
And listen, they're all approved by the state, which is going to be important, long as they're a MAC member. That's it. That's basically the name of this organization. So long as they're a member of the MAC, if it does get turned into a judgment after binding mediation, then they're going to have no problem. The judge is going to have no problem doing that. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Right. Well, and the thing of it is, it says, that, mediation is the first step of the process.
Yeah, a lot of agreements say that. So you're going to be fine. You're going to go through mediation and see if you guys can come up with something. You did not say it was binding. So my guess is you both just got to go to mediation, which is probably a good thing at this point. And if you don't agree, then it becomes a lawsuit. But if it does become a lawsuit and you use a mediator from these guys, at least the mediator already heard it and can provide some information to the court.
Yeah.
But the other thing, look, man, I'm just up against the clock. The other thing you really got to do is get someone out there and look at your basement and see what the damages are, if you paid them and they owe you money, or if they created more issues while they were there, like they accidentally flooded something or they didn't do something right. You got to have something to bring to mediation that's like an expert witness to say, here's what we think, being an expert witness.
And I was planning on doing that, and I was hoping to get a name from
Marc Szymanski with Genesis Total Exteriors. In fact, hold on, Kelly, make sure you get Mark's direct number. Mark, you can employ Mark to do that. His guys can come out and do a full assessment and become expert witnesses. And, of course, they can do the work, too, but that's a whole different case. All right, listen, we've got a lot cooking. Everybody hold tight. The Mac.
Oh, here he is.
Ask him if he's a member of...
He is. He just suggested Mac.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Also, ODR, Office of Dispute Resolution.
That's I was already there. That's what brought me to the MAC. The dispute resolution is colorado.gov.
There are only about 70 of us on ODR mediators, he said.
Wow.
There are probably only 70 of us on ODR mediators.
Mark, my GM, says if we want to do a water heater special, we can.
How much?
40 gallon for $16.88 and 50 gallon for $17.88.
All right, let's do it. That's cheap as hell these days.
It is. The 40 gallon now costs us $830.
Everything's so high now, man. Everything.
You remember Hugh M. Woods?
Yeah, it sounds very familiar.
Yeah, it was our local lumber company.
Oh, yeah.
Home Depot.
Yeah.
We could buy a water heater for $150. We'd charge $100 to put it in. Life was great.
$250.
Yeah, but that was back when, we didn't have red and blue here. Everybody got along.
Yeah, I know.
Things were just awesome.
That's funny.
We had no shootings. We had nothing.
Yeah, he's listed on Mac too, he said.
Does he do construction?
Asking him right now. He said he does family law, real estate, landlord, tenant, business, civil. So I asked if he does dispute between homeowner and contractor for basement reno gone bad.
It's got to be something different. Somebody different.
Yeah.
I would be curious. See if he'll come on the air, just for nothing to do with this question, but general questions about mediation and contracts. I'd love to have him on. Just tell him for not even 4 or 5 minutes, just some real basic stuff. But it would have to be quick, so it's still relevant. Hobby Dobby.
He said he's tied up and couldn't get to a place for about 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, okay. Just say you'll let him know. I mean, if we get a lull, I'd still love to have him on. I do have some questions that I'd like to know the answers to.
And yes, he's done a couple specific cases regarding basement renovations.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I would actually. Tell him to let you know when.
I just said, let me know when you're free and we'll try and get you on.
Yeah, okay. I got some questions for him.
Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, Kelly. We get Nick just texted me.
Okay.
And then I'd want that caller back up. But make sure, Nick, when you get him up, he's seen the pictures.
Okay.
Hello?
What's that?
Oh, 1-800-SPAM.
Oh, jeez.
Is that really what it said? 1-800-SPAM?
No,
Oh.
I'm just talking nonsense.
Boy, that'd be one hell of a...
Business listings, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Let me know what I can do, and I'll let you know ASAP. Okay, perfect.
I always get the ones with the real heavy accents. They're trying to scam you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, we are just packed today.
That's good.
It's unbelievable.
I just said let him know. Let me know when he's free, and we'll call him in.
I like the mix of calls, too. They're all different.
Did you go to your concert, Mark?
What's that?
You said you went to a concert?
Oh, man, it was so good. Metallica.
Was it packed?
Yeah.
What's that?
Was it real packed? Like full house?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was pretty packed. We were there, too.
Oh, you're there? Okay.
Jeez, I'm
we
sorry.
went to Nashville, too.
Yeah, they were with us. She would know. No, it was 14 of us.
Yeah.
It was a blast. Most of us stayed in the same hotel, 10 of us.
Yeah.
And we just had a really good time. I mean, we pretty much hang out and then go to bars and listen to music, and then went to the Metallica show twice. Went to Kid Rock's for 3-4 hours.
Did they have an opening act, or was it just them?
They had a great opening act. One night they had a Limp Bizkit, and Saturday they had Limp Bizkit. I forget the other one.
Ice Nine Kills.
Ice Nine Kills was Thursday. I like them. Yeah, they're like it's a theatrical show.
Not my.
It's like dinner in a movie, except it's chainsaws and decapitated heads. So it's kind of the same, but just a little different.
Yeah,
it's a very bizarre show.
Yeah, not so much.
We've seen them once. We've seen them once before as an opener for Metallica, like 4 years ago.
Can you picture Mark going to a Wham concert?
Hey, I like George Michael.
Did you really?
I love George Michael.
Okay, so to give you a visual, this band, they're like the complete enigma. They look like these clean cut, all
they're wearing
three-piece suits. They come out, and then literally they're like
rock.
4.
No, then there's like a guy running around with the chainsaw on stage.
Pretending to kill people, and oh my god, at one point they it got a little out of hand. Like
Okay.
ripped a baby out
They
of
ripped a baby out of a woman and swung it by the umbilical cord.
I mean, okay, so not my cup of tea.
Bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take your complaints. We've been talking about everything, you name it today. Elder abuse all the way to people getting ripped off from different deals, either a shop that got apparently damaged the lady's car. In fact, Kelly, did we ever receive those pictures? I can't wait to get her back on. I know she was having a little hard time emailing them.
Not yet.
Okay, dying to see those, and then we've got full lines. But don't forget, even when we have full lines, please tell your friends, tell everybody out there, you can always email us for help at troubleshooter.com. It's that easy, troubleshooter.com, or you can call 303-MARTINO, and when we're off the air, if we don't answer, it will go to a voicemail where you can leave a message, and we'll reach back out to you. We've got a team of deputies ready to help. We've got a list of people at referrallist.com, like Todd Terry in studio with me. He owns Apple Air, been on a referral list for 25 years. And then we have Stephanie Thomas, realtor, Pikes Peak region up to Castle Rock, basically, right? And then Frank Duran. Frank, you don't go to Fort Collins. Where do you go?
So I go as far north as Firestone.
Wow.
And as far south as Castle Rock and everything in between from Kingsburg all the way to Golden.
And I know you go to Franktown.
Yeah, we go to Franktown. My kind of town, Mark.
That is funny. You love it out there. Every time you've come out, of course, you found that house for us, but every time you've come out, you're always like, oh, it's so tranquil out here. It's like gorgeous. You leave the city, then all of a sudden you're in the woods.
Beautiful drive. And every time I go to see Mark, anytime I've been down there, there's always a family of deer I see. Every time.
Oh, my goodness.
Every time.
So right now they're everywhere. So right now it's the wild turkey and the deer are literally everywhere. Todd, you've got a little lake house. I say little, it could be huge. I don't know. In Nebraska. Where is that in Nebraska?
It's by Lake McConaughey. It's on the North Platte River that feeds into Lake McConaughey.
So you can get to McConaughey on a boat?
Not on the river. Yes, we can on kayaks. My wife and I got a two-person kayak. And
cool.
It's an 8-mile float.
And you've had that place forever.
Yeah, quite a long time. Yeah.
Didn't people go out there to watch the solar eclipse a while back? Yes.
In fact, I was on the phone with Tom, and Tom was flying over in his helicopter.
He flew in his helicopter over
when
there.
I was on the boat. My wife and I were on the boat during that eclipse.
You know what he said? It's so funny. When he lands a helicopter at a place like this, he's basically landing in a field at a lake. And what's remarkable is people just run up to it. Well, there's blades spinning. There's things going on. You would think nobody in their right mind would run up to that, but people just run up to it. It's like an allure. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely nuts. All right, listen. 303-MARTINO. Please don't forget that. Help at troubleshooter.com. I don't care where you are in the country. We can help. If you're listening to this on our YouTube channel, our podcast that's watched across the country more than 50,000 times a month. I don't care where you hear it. Give that number out. We love helping people. 303-MARTINO or help at troubleshooter.com. Now, I'm going to go back to, did Robert have another question? Robert, did you have anything else? Hey, Robert.
Hello?
Oh, Robert, I'm sorry. How can I help you, Robert? Please. What's going on, man?
Oh, first of all, thank you very much for taking my call.
Sure.
I am dealing with a problem for more than a year now. It's about the carport. And I am dealing with, I believe, Shamrock Building Corporation and Cleary Building Corporation, that you would understand the whole story. A year ago, actually, we have to go back to October 2024. That is when I talked to a gentleman about building a carport. The gentleman was fired in December 2024.
And I'm sorry, hold on. Let me, how do I pronounce your first name?
Robert.
Robert. I knew I had that right. Dang it. When I said it and you didn't answer, I was like, what? Anyhow, Robert, let me ask you a couple questions. So October, how did you find this guy that no longer works there? And what company did he work for? What was it called?
So basically, it's a Shamrock Building Corporation or Cleary Building Corporation because I'm dealing with both of them.
Okay, but who did this guy work for? The last call I had on Cleary pissed me off. I'm just going to tell everybody that. Cleary used to be a great company, in my opinion, and I don't think they are anymore, but that's just my opinion. But did they work for Cleary or Shamrock?
Okay. The problem, you see, that I believe when I went to the internet, I was looking for. I wanted to build a metal building.
Yeah.
And so this is the reason I went to, I believe, Cleary. But you see, under Cleary, it goes to Shamrock. I think the owner of the company who I am dealing with is Shamrock, but at the same time, he's getting the material from Cleary. And I think getting the plant from Cleary. So this is the reason there's two companies, and I talked to Cleary, for example. Today.
Are they in Larimer County? Are they up in Fort Collins, the Shamrock?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So they're a this is for everybody out there. It's a construction company, and they probably are buying the materials from Cleary. So they're going to Cleary for the materials, the metal building or structure for your carport. Does that sound right?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
You're 100%.
So that's all in October. The guy you bought it from apparently was the sales guy from Shamrock. He got fired. Did you sign a contract? When you buy a metal building from these companies, oh my God, is it crazy?
I signed the contract in May 2024.
Okay.
And after that, I signed the contract, which was $71,000.
Okay.
And I put down $14,000.
Okay.
Then when I got the blueprint, and I asked from the beginning from metal posts because Colorado is very, very, the weather is very cruel to wood. So I wanted metal posts. And my friend was there when I was talking to the new gentleman, the owner of Shamrock. And he heard when I said,
"Yeah, I get you." What did the contract say, though? What did the contract say?
So you see, the contract's not specifying it.
Okay.
When I got the blueprint,
yeah,
it said wood. So I called at once the gentleman. I said, no, I don't want wood. I said it that I want metal posts.
And what did they say? That's fine. Can they redesign it?
Yeah. Yes, but it would be $20,000 extra. So now we are at $91,000.
But and the original, hold on, man. Hold on. The original contract, when you say it doesn't specify it, well, what the heck does it specify? Does it say like a 20 by 30 carport and that's it? I mean, what does it say?
And so it's when I got, you see, for me, it was obvious because I've specified from the beginning of our conversation that it was metal.
I understand.
So when I got the blueprint and it says wood posts, but once I called the company, I said, no, I don't want it. I don't want a wood post. So they said they're trying to figure out how to replace the wood post with metal posts. And after 1 year, they came back. They came back in this April, and they said, it would be $20,000 extra. And I said, that is unacceptable. But I didn't cancel
How big is the building?
The building would be 30 by 32.
Okay, hold on, man. Hold on. I got a picture of this, but so this just happened in April. They come back and say $20,000 more. I understand it's not acceptable to you, but where is it right now? Would they be willing to give you a refund of the $14,000 or $15,000 down payment? Are they hold on, Robert? Are they willing to let you out of the contract? What are they willing to do?
So they said because when I'm looking at what they're saying, that they said the sales department time, order processing, engineering the building.
They're saying their CAD system. I understand. They're saying they did $15,000 worth of work.
So it's $7,000 what they taking off from the $14,000 what I put down.
Okay, hold on. You actually have a hell of a good question in there. I'm not sure you realize I know what it is, but is it worth $7,000? And what I'm more curious about, and I'm going to get one of our building experts on. In fact, the guy that built my steel building, Kelly, I'll have to get you his number. But I'm going to get him on, and I need to understand why it would be $20,000 more just for that. That's not a huge building, 30 by 32. But I want to figure that out. But I got to take this break. So, Kevin, you hold tight. I promise you're next. Mike's got a tax issue. We do have tax experts. And then Art, you know what? Art's been waiting the longest. We'll get that figured out, too. Everybody hold tight.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
How long have you guys been in the real estate business?
I've been in 30 years.
30.
Yeah.
In Denver? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on over 14.
Yeah.
John Fuller Law. In fact, he fills in when Tom and I can't be here. I did last week, man. If you need a personal injury attorney, I can attest to him. I've used him twice. First time, you got his max limits, and you always deal with John. He's going to guide you through it like the quarterback of a football team. He's going to bring you all the way down to the end zone. He got us the maximum results anybody could have. And then after that happened, he actually went out to the ambulance company. He went out to the emergency room, the chiropractor, and got those bills brought down to put more money in our pocket. Then when our daughter got rear-ended on I-25, totaled the car, she had injuries, same exact thing. Maximum payout. And he's there for you the whole time. You're not dealing with 100 paralegals and possibly 10 different attorneys like these massive firms you see on the side of the buses and trains. You call John Fuller, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. You can call him right now with any questions if you've been hurt in an accident. Mitch Floria, the Art of Granite. I say it all the time. They've done 5 rooms in our house. You want beautiful new countertops, granite, quartz, you name it. If it's hard surface, natural, he's got it. If he doesn't have it, you can use his wholesale account. He'll show you the big places in town to go shop. He'll give you the account number. You'll pay what he pays on it. He only gets paid on the fabrication and the installation. He's so great, he'll give you a quote over the phone. Go to theartofgranite.com, theartofgranite.com. Call him up. He'll ask for a few pictures of that current kitchen and then maybe a few measurements, maybe not. And then he's going to do the kitchen, give you a bid on the kitchen. And if you end up doing it, he'll do the bathroom for free right now. You're not going to beat that. That's for this month only in May. Buy the kitchen, get the bathroom for free. Theartofgranite.com. I forget his name. Let's see how.
So you got a lot of turkeys running around the house, Mark?
Oh my gosh.
Mine too.
Yeah.
We also have mountain lions. We got it all. God, I can't think of this guy's name. Hey, Michelle, Marc Mager with the referral list and the Tom Martino Show. How are you?
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. One of the big nails.
Hey, I want to get, who's the owner, man? He built my building. I need him on the air real quick.
I live up Golden Gate Canyon. We're in an area, for some reason, we don't get turkeys too often.
Okay.
But when we do, it's bizarre. Like last time we had one, it was a hen.
Suzanne, if you're listening, text me the owner name of Great Western.
Yeah.
So they're just...
I haven't seen any babies. We usually have quite a few. Yeah, like a big herd that comes through.
Yeah.
Oh, that's that same spam number. But I threw that, so I have a bird, and I always change his food every morning, and I throw the rest out the outside birds.
Yeah.
So they all come and like to hang out. go and pick clean.
Get the hand out.
Yeah, pick clean the ground. So, because we live in Woodland Park, so we're actually up on property up there.
What is his name?
It's the way to do it.
Yeah, oh yeah. We enjoy it. Kind of keeps us on.
Yes, and if I can be reminded of his name, I have his cell phone in my phone. I just don't remember his name, and I didn't put it under Great West. He built our building like 5 years ago.
I just love it. I built it in 96.
That's it. Thank you. Bye.
I bought the house, or I bought the land for $110,000. It's 11 acres.
Oh, wow.
Nothing like calling up saying I'm calling from the Tom Martino show. Who's the owner?
I built it in 96.
Okay.
Yeah. I couldn't buy that house today.
Oh, man.
No.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Not anywhere close to it.
It's got a full view of Denver right out the back of it. Yeah.
Very nice.
I think it's Hood. Eric.
It's up Golden Gate Canyon.
Golden Gate Canyon?
Yeah. Did you go in the foothills?
Not usually.
Yeah. Stop at Golden.
Yeah. Well, if it's mountain property, I have people I know that sell mountain property. If it's Colorado Springs.
Beavers. Gosh dang it, it's beavers.
That I refer to out there. It's good to have connections.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
You sell mountain properties also?
I do.
Okay, I figured you might.
We live on mountain property.
Okay, that's a good. Well, septics, all that.
All that. Yep. Yeah, we live on mountain property where we are, so we're on 2.5 acres of a mountain house.
Nice. But that's peaceful.
It is. It's wonderful.
How about winters, though? How's that for, like, commute and stuff?
You know, it's not too bad. This morning, I will say, was a little interesting getting here because, you know, we got quite a bit of snow at my house yesterday.
Yeah.
And we have, to get to where we are, it's about 2 miles of dirt road to get back to the main road.
Yeah.
And with all the rain we had and then all the snow, and like early this morning, it was like mud, snow, slush, ice mix.
Yeah.
It actually got me squirrely and took me sideways into a ditch. I wasn't speeding.
Uh-oh.
So I sat there for a minute and I'm like, I'm good. I didn't hit anything.
Thank God.
Yeah. Get out and drive, but I'm going. That's how I woke up this morning. Nice start.
Say thank God every day for every day we have.
Yeah. I didn't hit anything because I could have. There was a
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. You've been ripped off for taking advantage of. We do want to hear from you. I'm trying to get our steel building expert on. In fact, I'm trying to multitask. Sometimes that's not the easiest. I'm trying to send him a text that I need him on air, but this guy's going to know all the answers to the questions I have. So we're going to return to him in a minute. But in the meantime, I got to tell you about Paul the Waterman. Paul has a system out there, a whole house system that virtually does everything. First of all, it gets rid of forever chemicals. And on top of that, it does softening. So you get a water softener, something that gets rid of the forever chemicals, and it also takes care of any chlorine issues. And they've got it for less than $3,600. Other people would try to sell you 2 or 3 systems that could be upward of $12,000 for the same thing. But not these guys. They're absolutely great people. And you got to just check out Paul. Go to waterpros.net. That's waterpros.net and tell him you just heard that 3-in-1 system. It's really cool. In fact, when he did our system years ago, we couldn't be happier. All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. And Robert, you stay there. I'm going to get this expert on real soon. And then Art has been waiting the absolute longest. Art, what's going on with you and Verizon, sir? And Art, I really appreciate you hanging with me, man. It's been a busy day.
I understand. Well, I appreciate everything you do to help everybody around the country. So I'm here in Denver, and in late February of this year, I bought the new iPhone on Verizon's website. And the reason I got it from them was they said it's going to unlock. after 60 days. So I ordered it, activated it in March, and then it's been 60 days, and they won't.
Did you pay
unlock the
cash
phone.
for it? When you said they were going to unlock it in 60 days, please explain how the purchase went down. Did you walk in and drop $1,500 or what happened?
No, it's on the website, on their website. So I ordered it off their website, paid for the phone.
How much was the phone?
Monthly service. The phone was $300.
Well, a new iPhone is not $300.
Oh, well, this is a 16E.
So I'm just going. You went to Verizon's website, correct?
Right. And they said after 60 days it'll unlock. And so now it's been 60 days. And they're saying, well, we changed our policy on April 1st. And now you have to pay us for more service. So the reason I'm mentioning it is I've never heard of a company say, well, we can change our policy at any time, and then we can apply it retroactively to somebody.
Well, okay, first of all, I'm a little confused about the entire promotion, because every cell phone promotion I've ever seen where there's a free phone involved, technically I guess it's free, but you pay the $300 or whatever you paid, or you pay nothing for that matter. Then what they do is give you a credit, and you pay for the phone over a period of time, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 months, whatever it is. So what they do is they charge you $50 a month for the phone till you pay it off, but at the same time they give you a $50 a month credit. But you're sure when you signed up for this, you just paid $300 and you basically get the phone.
Oh yeah, and like I said, they said it would unlock after 60 days. And now what they're saying is they can change their policy and go retroactive on somebody. That's why I'm bringing it up to you.
Well, that's insane. I mean, I don't even understand that. Who says that?
They've said that to me in an email. That's what they've said, and they can retroactively go back on somebody.
Can you send me that email?
Yes, I can. Yes.
All right, send it to help, H-E-L-P.
Okay.
At troubleshooter.com.
I will.
And I'm still trying to find this promotion. Is the promotion no longer on there, I assume?
Yes, it's no longer on there. But like I said, I've never heard of something like that before. It's just insane.
Well, it is insane. I mean, I've never heard of that either.
Yeah.
And basically, it says right here, yes, Verizon has a 60-day locking period for newly purchased devices. It's initially locked to the Verizon network for 60 days. After 60 days, the device will automatically unlock for use with other carriers. That's insane. And that's absolutely insane that you would buy it. What day did you buy it?
I bought it February 21st.
And they said they changed it in April?
April 1st, right.
Well, that's just crazy. Kelly, do we have a Verizon Angel?
We used to. I think we still do.
Let's get, you have your account information and everything, right?
Yes.
I'm going to email this off to our Angel. I think I'm almost sure we still have one. And at least get that. But send me over. I want to see that email because I'll attach it
I will.
to our Angel. That can you imagine if you bought something? Now, I'm not disagreeing. There is probably somewhere in that agreement that no one reads online that probably says we can change stuff. But in this particular case, that seems absolutely crazy. After you purchase something.
I agree.
Hey, Mark, check your email.
You wouldn't buy it. So
is that the email?
Yeah, that's the email.
About it.
Hold on, I want to look at this email while I have you on your phone.
Okay.
This one is a different one. Hold on 1 second.
Probably need the original purchase contractor email or whatever you had at that point too, because whatever that says could help.
And you're Art, right?
Yes, I sent you 2 emails, so you should have it.
Okay. Well, first of all, this is all from Straight Talk. So let's go ahead and explain to me why we're talking about Verizon.
That's a Verizon company. That's one of their companies.
I got it. I did not know they purchased Straight Talk.
Yeah.
I thought Straight Talk, honest to God, was owned by like TracFone.
Yeah, they're both owned by Verizon.
And they're both not on the Verizon network. You're saying they're both owned by Verizon?
Yes.
You're sure?
Positive.
All right, hold on, man. I got to read through this email. Hold on just a second, and we'll be right back. No spots. I got to read this email. All right, Excel Roofing. Do you know I got a hail-proof roof? Yeah, it's synthetic. It looks like slate, but it's thick plastic. I got sick and tired of even paying the deductible, so I went to Excel after a hail claim I had about 5 years ago, maybe 6, I forget. And sure enough, I get a new roof, and they paid for it, the insurance company, that is. But then I was talking to Jay, and I said, Jay, I'm sick of paying these high deductibles on these policies now. Isn't there something? Isn't there a real hail-proof roof? And he said, yeah, we got one. And we put it on. And since then, a lot of people in the neighborhood have claims. I don't have any damage whatsoever. It's a hail-proof roof. And it didn't cost me that much more. We're not talking in asphalt class 4. I have a roof where I don't think you could throw a baseball 100 miles an hour at that would cause any difference. They also have any kind of roof repair you need. They do it all in-house. And what I love about Excel, you don't pay a cent until you're content. And if you're out in Elbert County, out in Elizabeth, Douglas County, and you got hit by the hail about a week or two ago, just go to xlroofing.com, have them come out before you call your insurance company and see if you have damage. They're going to be honest with you. They're not going to tell you have damage if you don't, because they don't want you getting that mark on your homeowner's card there. So, xlroofing.com. I'm making a mental note on that. I did not know Verizon owned all that now. That's incredible.
You heard anything about Home Depot acquiring Lowe's?
Say it again?
Home Depot acquiring Lowe's?
I would highly doubt it. I have not heard that.
No, I haven't either.
I heard something about
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Mount Rushmore basketball.
What is it?
They were showing the Mount Rushmore basketball in somebody's opinion. They had Michael Jordan, I think Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and the guy that's big now. What's his name? I can't think of his name.
Joker?
No, Joker. See, I say Larry Bird's got to be up there, man. Larry Bird was awesome.
Yeah.
He was the reason I used to watch back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Give me your Mount Rushmore professional.
Say it again.
Professional wrestling? Oh my goodness.
I'm
texting him.
Easy already.
You mean like Andre the Giant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I get it figured out, I'll let
You
you.
got to say Holster, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it figured out. I haven't talked to him forever. I'm pretty sure I got the right number.
Okay, so just
There's not much you're going to do right now. I will get a hold of him. I just don't know when, Kelly.
Okay, so can I just get his number and call him later and clear up the line?
I don't know if it's his number. I'm waiting for him to respond to a text, see if he's actually at that number.
I want to say Gravedigger. That wasn't his name.
Undertaker?
Yeah.
Undertaker.
See, he was big, but I don't think he had the impact like Hulk.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
No, he didn't.
He was, the business was big, and they used, they helped his entrance get big.
Yeah.
And he was a very good performer. But I don't consider him like at that elite, like somebody like Hulk and Andre was big before cable got big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because everybody knew who Andre the Giant was. My uncle used to ruin everything for me, Todd. I was into wrestling. He goes, that's fake, right?
Yeah.
I thought the Globetrotters are the greatest. You know the Nuggets can beat them, right? What? Nobody can beat the Globetrotters. What are you talking about? He used to spoil everything.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, Eric, can you hear me, Kelly? I don't. Eric is going to be calling you. What number do I have him call? We got every line full. So give me the hotline. Give me something to tell him.
303.
He's the building guy.
Okay, I'll come show it to you.
How do you want me to get the hotline number? .303.
At Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
630 KHAL, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. I got my steel building expert is calling in a second. So, Robert, we're going to figure your problem out. Plus, I'm going to put a deputy on it, but I'm going to go back to Art. Art, with this issue with Verizon, good news. You ready for good news?
I'm ready for good news.
You're 100% right, man.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, they own. I didn't know they bought Straight Talk. But anyhow, they definitely own Straight Talk. And we do have an angel there, and Suzanne is going to be working on this. I kind of, she popped in. She's usually on the show with me, but she popped in and said, I got this one handled. So Kelly's going to get all your information. We're going to email them. And I don't think one time that we have asked our Verizon people to get something done that they haven't got it done. You could well be the first, but I wholly doubt it, all right?
Well, thank you so much for everything you do for everyone.
Yeah, and I want to call back. I want you calling back to the show when this is handled, man.
Okay, I will.
All right, hold on. All right, 303-713-8255. We're going to have one line open there in a second. I'm waiting for Eric to call in to go back to Robert. And Mike, you've been waiting for quite a while. Actually, Kevin, you're a little, you called in a little quicker. Kevin, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Kevin.
Good. Hey, I got a question because I had a guy come up to the house today, and he was with Hunt Electric, which I assume is a subcontractor of Excel.
Let me ask Todd Terry. Todd, have you ever heard of Hunt Electric? I have not.
I haven't, but it doesn't surprise me. Excel's got a whole list of subcontractors that they use.
Yep. So go ahead.
Okay. The guy wanted to put in some kind of delay meter apparatus on my air conditioner.
A delayed apparatus on your air conditioner. Todd?
Yep.
That's an energy management unit. Excel Energy during peak hours can turn off your air conditioner for short moment.
Is it different? It must be different than a smart meter because they said they would never do that with a smart meter.
It is. It's a little bit different than a smart meter. It attaches right to the outdoor condenser.
And what's the benefit to the customer?
The only benefit to them is maybe thinking about the carbon footprint that you might be saving when they're able to shut that off during peak hours.
So you'd be crazy to do it. They don't give you any incentive like a free car or something?
They do. Mr. Caller, were they offering you a $50 sign-on bonus for doing that?
A $40 rebate.
Yeah. And that
$40 credit.
Yeah, and we've seen those for now probably 25 to 30 years. They personally, they do present some issues as far as the functionality of the air conditioning systems. We have seen them fail and cause issues. My recommendation is if you have a very efficient heating or air conditioning or heat pump unit out there, you really don't need that energy management unit. It's just,
I don't know why anybody in the world would trade being able to operate your own air conditioner for $40.
Bingo. Yeah.
What did you tell him, Kevin? What are your thoughts on it?
I didn't answer the door.
Yeah, okay. That was probably good.
I talked to him through my Vivint system.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, I hadn't heard anything from Xcel Energy, so basically, take a hike.
Let's find out the real reason. How much do you think the contractor gets paid to install that unit from Xcel? Do you have any idea, Todd?
I don't, but I would
I bet he's worth $500.
I'll bet you're right, Mark. Yep.
I wonder how they control it. How do they actually tap into it?
It's a radio signal that
they just send a frequency over the air that tells whatever area to shut the AC off.
That's correct.
God, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it keeps the fan rolling though.
I'm a little skeptical about a door-to-door person like that. I'm gonna have to check into that.
Well, they're slow. They're probably slow right now, and they're out hustling to get whatever the bounty is from Xcel. You got anything else, Kevin?
Yeah, I got one other thing too.
Yes, sir.
That I called public service many months ago because my gas meter on the outside of my house is tilting down. So it's pulling down. It should be level straight across.
Yeah, right? I can picture it. I've seen a lot of them do that, actually.
Yeah. I called them many months ago, and they're like, well, we'll get somebody out there.
Is it Xcel?
Well, we'll get somebody out there. Yeah, it's Xcel Energy.
We got an Angel over there. Is it still like that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They've been really good, too. Listen, I give Xcel a lot of crap on the air, but I'll tell you this, when you get through to their public relations, we've had just great information. So hold on. I'm going to have Kelly grab your address and your account number, and we'll send it off on your behalf. And generally what will happen with Xcel, they're going to contact you directly within 24 hours, and they're basically going to tell us we're in touch with them, okay?
You're the man. Thank you, guys.
Hey, make sure you call back and say, hey, it's handled, because that's the only way. Xcel is one of the companies, they always handle it, but they don't really tell us. But every time it's been handled, we've got to hear it from the customer. Now, I've got Eric on. Man, I'm pressing time here big time. Eric, do me a favor. He's way down here. Hey, Eric, I have got a question for you. This guy basically paid $15,000 down. He got the design for the building from a company, I think it was called Shamrock, and I'm just kind of recapping for you. So Shamrock, when he went in there to get the design, it's an $81,000 steel building project, and they delivered the blueprints to him for that $15,000 down, but the blueprints had wood. It had wood involved. I don't even remember where he said. Does anybody remember where he said they were? I think the main posts were wood. And he wanted steel, and he told him he wanted steel. The actual contract doesn't say if it's steel or wood, but they're telling him if he does want steel, it's going to be $20,000 more for this 30 by 32 building. And on top of that, if he wants his money back over it, they're going to charge him $7,000 for the blueprints, which I guaranteed only took a few minutes. So do you kind of understand where we're at?
Yeah, I think I got you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I got to put you on hold because I have to take this break. Right after this, I'll get you right back on. By the way, the guy I'm talking to is Eric with Great Western Building Systems. He actually built our 50 by, I think ours is 50 by 100. I don't remember what it is, but he did a great job like over 5 years ago. This guy knows everything when it comes to steel buildings. Hold on.
Yeah, those energy management units have been
I did not know they had one for AC.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
That seems like a horrible thing to even have.
We put a state-of-the-art heat pump system in 2 years ago, went out to do maintenance on it, and this woman had signed up for that $40 and put it on this state-of-the-art super high.
And blew it out?
No, it didn't do anything to it, but they're insane for thinking that they can make it more efficient by doing that. It's
because it's a heat pump.
Yeah.
Alpin Windows, khwindows.com or K&H Home Solutions. These guys are one of their lead providers. These windows are made right here in Colorado for people in Colorado, thermally efficient. And what's really wild about them, it's basically like having a wall where your window is, but you can see through it, but it is almost as energy efficient. It's about as good as it can get. And with a company that was established in 1956, that's who you want to install them. Check out khwindows.com. They also have beautiful siding, beautiful entry doors, and of course sliders. And in fact, their Provia entry doors are 20 gauge steel. Most other companies are 26, pre-finished, almost any color you can imagine, low maintenance, and everything, of course, is measured properly, done right the first time. Custom fits. 303-421-7100 or khwindows.com. Boom.
Did you guys do any social media advertising?
Yes, for listings I do, because I find that I can pinpoint where the higher demanded buyers are coming from.
Yeah.
And we can market out to 30 to 100,000 people. I did that with Mark with his home. And we'll hit out to like 100,000 people virtually. And then we have a way to track all that. And then I can determine, okay, but the whole idea is just to create as much demand, but hit the areas that are more likely to buy, So
yeah,
I like it like that. In terms of just getting business from social media, nah, that hasn't been great.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's much better ways to do it.
Yeah.
How about you?
We're pretty successful with offering tune-ups and things of that nature, but it has gotten very expensive. Yeah, and PPC is through the roof in our industry anyway.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like you have to have multiple sources of marketing. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. You kind of have to spread it out because there might be some weeks where one works better, another works better. So we do social media, we do Zillow, and we get some from those, but you have to spread it out.
Yeah.
Mark, do you guys advertise any social media?
I am doing I am working on something that is so incredible.
Yeah.
It's going to go out on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and it's going to be for free help. And I'm going to target, but right now I'm building the video using a program called Runway.
Yeah.
And I'm really learning how to use it, but I have never seen anything so incredible until you really start digging into a real AI program. You have no idea how powerful this is. I literally tell it what I want, and it develops a movie. And it is so realistic, it is unbelievably scary as shit. Wow. I want a contractor that looks crooked, that's working on a furnace, that accidentally puts a hole with his hammer in the drywall, then the house lights on fire.
Wow, that's awesome.
10 minutes later, I have a video.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is unbelievable.
That's
It's
all-
expensive,
Oh, yeah.
but it's unbelievable.
But that's all AI, huh?
All AI. I have no idea why Hollywood is going to be even involved anymore.
Wow.
It is so realistic. It is crazy.
Well, you already see what they were doing with Star Wars. They were having, like, Carrie, well, she'd already passed, and they had a younger version of her. It looked pretty real.
Looks, yeah.
Yeah.
It is scary how scary it is.
Yeah.
So you got to start with something. So, but actually you don't. With Runway, you got to start with an initial character.
Yeah.
So the initial character could just be a picture of Todd. And then it creates Todd as an actor. And then that actor is now in my film. And you can have multiple different ones or in my video.
Incredible.
Or if you don't have the initial one because you want it to be a 6-foot cat that looks like a human with an alligator tail, there's another program that'll create that. Wow. There's your character you bring into Runway, and now you start developing what the movie's about.
Crazy.
I've been playing with it. It is bonkers, man.
Wow.
You got to learn how to talk to it.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part.
Use AI for anything?
No, I kind of am kicking and screaming, resisting.
Are you really?
Yeah.
How come?
Because, I don't know. That's just too much for me, I think.
Is it?
Yeah. I don't like all the exposure. I don't
Michael L.
the purpose
Yes.
of it, you know what I mean? Like,
That's the first time I looked at YouTube for the first time today.
like I'll use, like I have a listing description writer that I'll go through and I'll throw all my points, all my ideas into it.
And send, all within the app.
Get out there and be heard.
To Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. We have got a ton, and I mean a ton, going on today. I want to pull right back up to Eric, and then I'm going to lock him in, and I'm going to bring up our caller. Robert called in. He had an issue with, hey, Robert, it was called Shamrock, right, out of Fort Collins?
Yeah.
So here's two questions for you real quick. I'm going to get him some help from one of our deputies. I think I'm going to put Deputy Dimitri on it to try to arrange a deal. But here's the two questions, man. What do you think, Eric, with Great Western Building Systems, right off the bat, keeping $7,000 just for the blueprints, and the blueprints don't even have what they discussed?
Well, I mean, I suppose it comes down to what the contract says, but 7,000 for, I understand it's a 30 by 46.
What is it, 30 by 32?
Actually, it's 30 by 46. I checked it. It's 46.
Got it.
Okay, and is it a garage? Does it have garage doors, or is it just a carport?
No, it's a carport, and the concrete is not in it. Only the posts and the roof.
The post and the roof, it's $81,000. You gave them $15,000. They want to keep half of it. And
hold on, Robert.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, the plans that they gave you, are they stamped by an engineer and it has shop drawings and everything?
I think you see that one is the blueprint is coming from Clear Building Corporation.
Yeah, it looks like they went to Cleary for the plans.
Well, Shamrock's a Cleary dealer.
Oh, okay, got it. So what are you thinking here? What's your gut saying?
Well, my gut says if they let the customer assume that he was buying a steel building, some people call pole barns metal buildings. They're not. If they let the customer think that, and then, induce him in a sale, they should give him his whole deposit back.
And the contract itself says what, Robert?
So I would like to email to you the contract, because I'm looking at the contract and it's not specifying anything about the post.
How long's the contract?
So the contract, I signed the contract.
No. How many pages is the contract?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Eric, would you mind eyeballing that and see if you see anything in there that specifies steel or wood for the post? Would you do me that solid, man?
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to email it over to me, Mark, you have my email, right?
Yeah, in fact, yeah. Well, I think so, man. You're going to give it to Kelly when I put you on hold. We're going to do that. But here's the second question I really wanted to know, man. How much just for the original blueprints, even if it's stamped by an engineer? I mean, is that $7,000 worth of work? I mean, that doesn't include the engineering for the dirt work or the compression test. That doesn't include any mechanical, electrical, right?
No. I would really doubt it. And I mean, 30 by 46. I mean, that's $15,000. I mean, yeah, no. I mean,
it's insane.
You know, it's insane. But I mean, I don't want to speak for Shamrock. You know how I am with other companies and stuff.
No, I know that. But I
it
get
was,
it. But
if
the contract really doesn't specify, and now they want to charge the guy $7,000 for something he didn't even want. And since when is a pole barn a building? When? Since when is a pole barn a steel building?
Never. But I mean, it seems ridiculous. We would never charge $15,000 for a set of plans on a 30 by 46, you know.
No. And you guys, hey, by the way, while I got you, I haven't talked to you for a while. Dude, our building is bulletproof, man. Even the roof you guys did with hail, I don't see any. It's been 5 or 10 years. Dude, I don't have any problems with it. It is remarkable. Not one leak, not one issue whatsoever in that amount of time is just something to say for your company, Eric, and I'm not kidding. I've had other buildings in the past that I've had issues with, and it's been unbelievable, man. So I appreciate everything you do. Now, Robert, I'm going to put you on hold, man. Hold on a second. So I need Robert to email us the plans, and Kelly, you're going to send them over to Eric. And then, Eric, do me a favor. Just text me back what you see in it.
Okay.
And what is your website? What's the best way for anybody that wants a bid on a building? You guys do everything. What's the biggest building you've done? Real quick, I got about 20 seconds.
Like 240 by 400 in New Mexico.
Oh, my God. And then you do garages, carports, anything, right?
Yep.
800-497-2135. 800-497-2135. Great Western Building Systems. Eric, I appreciate you coming on. Look for that email, please. Tom, you'll be up next. And then Mike, Robert, hold on.
Regen Revolution.
Just start the show.
Okay. I feel like so, Mark had to pee.
Mark is so funny, man. He cracks me up.
Oh my gosh. We had a great time in Nashville.
Did you guys?
That was a lot of fun.
You like Metallica?
I do like Metallica.
I can't picture you like Metallica, Stephanie. That's crazy.
Michael and my song is Nothing Else Matters.
Wow.
Our first dance at our wedding was Nothing Else Matters.
See, I wouldn't know any of those songs. I've never listened to Metallica.
You should Google that one. That's a pretty good one. I don't like the heavy, like, rah, rah, rah.
Yeah.
That's a little much for me. So, like, we missed the first opener. We did, because our Ubers and cars from the hotel everything ended up being so late, and then there was so much traffic, you know, when we finally did get a car to come get us, and we had so many, we were in 2 vehicles.
Yeah.
So we missed the first opener the first night. Our car did.
Yeah.
And then the second opener that night was Pantera.
Uh-huh.
Now, mind you, I learned about Pantera because of Michael. So I know a handful of songs that I'm like, okay, I recognize that one, or I recognize that one.
Yeah.
And you know, and some of those were pretty okay.
Yeah.
But a lot of their old stuff was literally like that. And I'm like, okay, no.
Oh, wow.
Too much for me. Personally, I just don't do the screamy stuff, you know, like that. But Metallica put on a great show, and they did our song, so that kind of made me happy. The second night of the concert was good. That first band, the Gore Show, not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
You know, it's so crazy because I felt like it was just like the greatest contradiction. These boys come out and they look like, you know, younger, so they're maybe like 20s, 30s, you know. Anyway, clean cut and dressed in suits, and you're like, okay. And then they start this like mini horror show, and I'm going, ooh, not my
Misdirection,
not my thing for sure. But anyway, and then the second opener that night, the next night was Limp Bizkit, and I remember all that from high school. So it's like, you know, those key songs. I'm like, oh, I know that one, and I know that one. And then, of course, Metallica. Metallica was great. But
Wow.
we've seen Metallica once before, but like back in 01. I mean, it was a long time ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
I like a little bit of everything, quite frankly.
You guys got to go out and have some fun and hang out, huh?
Have you heard, though, like one of the new songs that I can't get out of my head? I think his name is Brandon Lake. And he sings, I think the song is Hard Fought Hallelujah. Have you ever heard that one?
No.
You got to Google that.
Well, so I'll tell you this.
It's amazing.
I
love that song.
I don't listen to a lot of music.
Yeah. You do books.
I do a lot of books, but here's the thing. When I got away from, I was probably in my early 20s, and we went to it was a thing with the church. They had a Christian band there.
Yeah.
And I thought Christian music was a little weird.
Yeah.
Because I was telling Mark this, I called it diet music. It just seemed weird.
Yeah. Some of
to
the
me.
older stuff did.
But I got into Petra. I liked Petra.
Okay.
And I love their message, and I love their music. So that's all I would listen to is Petra for a long time. So all I would play when I go to my early days in real estate, it's all I listened to is Petra. And then I got more into just listening to audiobooks. So the only time we ever listen to music is when we're like working out in the morning, my son and I, that's it. But other than that, that's all I do. What you got?
You just got to hear that song.
And what was it called again?
Hard Fought Hallelujah.
Hard Fought Hallelujah.
And
who sings it?
I think it's Brandon Lake. Let me look it up for you.
Wait, Brandon?
Brandon Lake.
Because he called like 2 weeks
Brandon
ago
Lake?
and sent an email, which I forwarded to you guys.
Yeah.
Suzanne said
Hard Fought Hallelujah.
She did forward it to David, but doesn't know.
It is an amazing
Yeah, he can
song,
come on.
and it's one of the ones I can't like get out of my head.
The guy, I mean, David basically retired.
Yeah, that one's worth a listen.
I'll check
But like
it
I
out.
said, I listen to a little bit of everything, and honestly,
I might need
don't.
Dan McKenzie for it.
I think
if
Mark
he
would,
need changes to something.
I think Mark would like Guardian. I told him that.
Yeah, see, and it's so funny because I don't even know a lot of the new anything.
Yeah.
Because I really don't listen to like the radio or anything like that. This one just came across. One day I was sitting on, online and it came up and I was like, okay, let's listen to this one. I heard a little snippet of it. I'm like, the times where it's so like it speaks to you exactly where you are right then. And I'm
That's
going,
cool.
okay.
I'm going to check it out, Stephanie.
Yeah, that one's a
That's
good
cool.
one. That's how it was, with a handful of things that were popping up, you know, because I like Elevation Church. Have you ever listened to them at all?
No.
The preacher I sent you.
See, I wouldn't know anybody. You sent me what now?
I think I sent you one of their. Did I send you?
You might have. Yeah, maybe.
Anyway,
I did.
I love listening to their sermons, and it was like, with everything that I had been just dealing with, that it was like, my mother-in-law sent me one, and then I went and I watched what she sent me, and then the next thing that pops up was like the next piece of relevance for me, and I'm going, okay, I'm gonna watch that one too. And it's one of those you're like, oh, okay. It's pretty good. So yeah, like I've watched some of that online, and they're really, really awesome. They're worth a watch.
Yeah.
And I enjoy them, but yeah, like music wise, one of my very favorite. I love if my favorites are typically the powerhouse female vocals.
Yeah.
So I loved, and that's why I like that one Christian singer because I think her voice is awesome.
Yeah.
But I love like Carrie Underwood, like Heart, old school, like rock and roll is one of my favorites. I actually had a really cool client that I met, and he gave me like from the 70s. He had like bootleg recordings from a small.
You know what to do with that contract, right, Kelly? To get it over to Eric, he gave you an email.
From like the 70s, and he gave me like all the original like slides that were taking photos of the show.
Oh, wow.
From the Heart show, and I'm like, oh my god,
Okay.
that's amazing.
70s definitely had its own twist of music.
Oh yeah, there's a whole everything. But that's one of those things. It's like
And then we have, of course, all the callers' info.
walking through the Country Music Hall of Fame, while we were in Nashville. And it's like all the old school names, recognizing all those old names. I had to take pictures of some of that and send it to my mom because I'm like, those are all my mom's favorites. Yeah.
Like Willie Nelson or somebody?
Oh, the Judds and Reba.
Judds, yeah.
And like all her old favorites. So I took in the actual Hall of Fame. That was really cool because you could take pictures of the little plaques that they have in the Hall of Fame itself.
Yeah.
And that was neat to see all of that.
That's kind of
the gold album
stuff. We took some of the gold albums. Yeah, but no, these were in the actual in the Hall of Fame room. like the old, like the you know. So that was kind of cool to see some of that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I took all those, you know, like for my mom, and we saw one of Elvis's.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Yeah, like the gold plate.
On 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer your questions, take complaints. We're here to make your life a little bit better. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of, or just need some advice. We are dying to talk to you. 303-713-8255. Todd Terry, Stephanie Thomas, Frank Duran, all in studio with me. Frank Duran, realtor extraordinaire. Is it still true, Frank, you sell more homes in 1 month than most realtors sell in a year?
You know, Mark,
just say it like it is. I know you don't like tooting your own horn.
Friend, by the grace of God, we do a lot of volume. Yeah, we do more. I'll tell you, I have some weeks. This is crazy, where we'll sell more in a week than some statistically sell in a year.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That is insane. What's the market like right now? Interest rates are down a little.
Yeah, Fred, you know, they dropped a little. We're seeing more inventory, but, you know, homes are still moving. We're closing 3 this week. We just put 3 under contract yesterday. So we're getting them moved. But it may take a little longer on some properties, especially the condo market.
What's going on? Stephanie Thomas, you were talking about condos. You're a Pikes Peak expert.
Yeah.
That whole region up there. You said condos are tough up there. You had one that's like 200,000. You're having a tough time selling.
The townhome there is actually mid 300s that we've had some days on market, but our average days on market for those multifamilies right now, actives out of current actives, is 82.
How about down here?
So average days on market right now, Mark, is 37. That's for all real estate. For detached properties, 34 days, and for attached properties, condos, townhomes, 46 days.
God, our condos, why are they so hard to sell right now?
You know what the problem is? HOA fees, taxes, insurance is getting tough. So then when those HOA fees go up, it makes it tougher for buyers. There's fewer buyers in the market right now.
So you could buy, let's say you find a condo in Commerce City is there such thing as a $250,000 condo anymore?
Well, yeah, we just put one under contract for about $240,000.
$240,000.
Yeah, this is Denver.
But after you pay insurance, HOA, property taxes, I mean, you could easily be $24,000 a year, even if you paid cash for the condo.
It could be tough. The key is price them right, getting that sweet spot. Otherwise, we see a number of them starting really high, and they sit there and sit there and sit there. Eventually, they'll reduce the price, but they lose so much ground by that time, they have no clout.
You know, our neighbor had their place for sale for a year, and that means it's priced too high. Can we all agree?
Absolutely.
I mean, there's no other reason.
Unless there's a problem with the house.
Well, even if there was, you price it low enough, someone's going to buy the house.
Sure.
So, I mean, really something, when is something stale? When is it like, when do you need to pull it off or reprice? And then doesn't it look weird, too, if you drop the price 4 or 5 times?
So, Mark, great question. I would tell you it's going to depend area to area, but I would say typically, if you've been out there 21 to 30 days, I think that's the window there where you're getting the feedback. You're seeing the market's not responding to that price. That's where you make that adjustment. I don't recommend sitting there 60, 90, 120 days before you make the adjustment.
Wow. And then, man, what do you do if you guys get a client that wants to sell their house or list their house, let's just say $800,000? And you know this thing's only going to sell at $600,000. I mean, do you even take on the listing, or you just tell them, "Go ahead, Steph"?
No, I've actually.
It's a waste of time.
Yeah, I've turned down some listings here recently where the homeowner or the seller's idea of value was just 3 times what we could realistically get for the property. And I'm really big on showing people information like, hey, this is what we're looking at. This is what's selling around you, providing people that information. And unfortunately, some people still are like, okay, well, I still want to start here. And at that point, I just tell people I'm not going to make you happy and do that service for you. Unfortunately, if we are that high, we're not going to move. You know, so I give people good info.
We were talking, you went on a trip with Suzanne and I recently.
Yep.
And we were talking, you said, yeah, I lost this one listing to a, what do you call it, a fixed rate?
A flat fee broker.
Flat fee.
Yep.
And I was like, yeah, how do you compete with those? And what was interesting is it made me think back to Frank when you sold our house in Castle Rock. You had that cameraman come in with that Matterhorn. Is that what it's called, Matterhorn?
Well, that's a little more old school, but yeah, same kind of concept now. But just
that's
more,
like totally
just
old.
more advanced
that was like 15 minutes ago.
Right.
So the entire house you could walk through. And then Frank sent it out through social media and all this stuff. And then, of course, MLS, then Zillow, and what are some of the other ones? Realtor.com. But you guys pay for these photographers, the staging of the house, the cleaning of the house. And then I think really just the marketing. Some people, these flat raters, they basically just go out and list it on MLS. I mean, that's why they can do it cheaper. But the problem is they don't build the value. They don't show it. I would argue any day if someone was like, oh, I'm going to save $7,000 doing it this way, you two would literally make them so much more on the house, they end up losing money. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Mark, we just closed one the other day, and a great man, by the way. I don't know if he's listening today. His neighbor was on the market for 41 days, hadn't moved. He priced it at $525. We leveraged at $509.9, $510. We ended up selling ours for $541.
So you sold it for more than the guy that's been sitting there.
And then the appraisal came back short. We outsold the market. We challenged the appraisal, won the challenge, and got the appraisal in. So I'm not so sure just literally just putting a home on MLS makes all. I mean, you have to be able to negotiate the deal too.
Well, negotiating the deal, but advertising it. You had 100,000 people virtually walk through our house over a 3-day period, and you had 20 or 30 valid offers Monday after the Friday you listed it.
Right. Yeah. I think timing and really what I always say is the law of scarcity and the law of time pressure. If you know how to work those together, you'll come out with the most money in your pocket.
How do you deal with pictures, Stephanie, on properties? I mean, you don't do them yourself.
Oh, gosh, no. I have a really good high-end photographer come in and shoot every one of my listings.
You know, I've got to yell at both of you.
My residential. What's that?
Not just you two. I have looked at homes outside of this state that look like the Taj Mahal. They look like the most beautiful properties you've ever seen. The kitchen looks brand new. The bathroom looks like it's the size of this studio. The pool table or the billiards room downstairs. But when you get there, it's like just the worst looking thing you've ever seen. When does it become misrepresentation with pictures? I mean, listen, it's probably like dating sites. There's probably people that weigh 450 pounds that are in their 90s that appear to be very trim and fit in 30. So at what point is the false advertising? Like, really, where does it cross the line? Because I looked at one when I got there. It was so run down, there was holes in the wall.
Yeah, so I've had this conversation on listings that I've had that have been in rougher shape. And the cool thing about the photographer that I use is they're really good about showing the home in its best true light, not giving that false misrepresentation, because I think one of the worst things you can actually do
is piss off the person looking at it.
Because you get that shock value from the buyer when they walk in the house, and immediately they're like, this isn't what I thought it is. And at that point, you turn around, you leave, you're upset. You may not go look at the rest of the house that looks great, you know, and checks those boxes for you.
Or you're so upset that you got, you got okie doked. You're so upset about that, your brain's not going, well, really, that would only cost this much.
Exactly.
And you don't even want to negotiate because you feel like you were misled. That's what happened at one of the last properties we looked at in Slidell.
Right.
They're like, well, I mean, that's only, I'm like, oh my God. And I pulled up the pictures right there.
Right.
And I said, show me where that room is in this house. I don't even think it exists. And they said, well, it's that bedroom over there. Oh, but they took it before this happened. Yeah, they took it before, the place got
gotta represent
flooded.
the house, correct?
What are your thoughts on it, Frank?
Well, Mark, what I'll do is I'll set a realistic expectation. I'll say great home with a personal touch and cosmetics. You can make it into a great home. But I sell that up front, what they're dealing with, so they don't have any shock factor when they get there. Because there's nothing worse than a buyer getting there and saying, oh, this is worse than I thought.
They should do that.
You want them to be excited when they get there.
I've been happily married for 31 plus. So this never affected me because there weren't all these dating sites.
Yeah.
But I've talked to people on these sites like Deputy Doc and some other people, and the misrepresentation is crazy.
Yeah.
But then when I lived through it in the form of a house, it's pretty upsetting.
Yeah.
And we flew out there to look at it. Yeah, it's not like it was right down the street in Aurora or something. Hey, Mike, what is going on with these taxes? Hey, any real estate questions? And then any questions for Todd Terry, Apple Air? We're going to be talking about that. He's got a deal coming up on a water heater that we haven't had on this show for a long time. But Mike, what's going on? What is your issue with taxes?
Thanks a lot for taking this call. My son has a IRS hold on his 23 and 24 returns.
Okay.
And it's all because of a return from 2023 that was, he received the W-2s on it for work done, but it was never reported to the IRS.
So, well, hold on, though. I mean, really, there's a couple things here. Does he owe the tax and he didn't pay the tax?
No, my son is owed probably $9,000 for 23. They got a hold on the 24 too.
So I'm sorry, Mike. Listen, hold on. So in 2022, he was strictly a W-2 employee. He worked for a company, and they took taxes out of his check, right?
Yeah, 22, 23, 24. That's the way he's always been.
And were the taxes correct? In other words, come the end of the year, I don't care how much they withheld. Did he owe money? Why did they withhold money 2 years? They must have thought he owed money 1 year, right?
Well, it's because the company is working for us, where that didn't report it to the IRS, any of the work. Him plus 3 other employees.
They didn't report, wait a minute. They didn't report him as an employee of that company?
Yeah, but they took all the money out and the W-2s.
Wait a second. Wait a second. How do you know they paid anything to the IRS? In other words, how do you know the company didn't simply deduct their share and his share from his paycheck and just keep the money? Or is that what happened?
I think that's what happened. We're not sure. There's been several letters. Every time you deal with the IRS, any kind of response from them knotheads is 180 days, 160 days.
Does he still work for this employer?
Does not.
He does not. Has he contacted them asking them the question? And is the company even in business?
Yes, and one of the employees that is infected still works there, only because his wife got killed in all kinds of business, so he don't have opportunity to switch.
All right, hold on, man. This sounds like Don Eiley all over again. I want to hear the name of this company, and I want to put somebody on this. There is good news, though. Mike, I'm going to tell you good news. Dealing with the IRS, there is no doubt biggest pain in the ass ever. I'm going to tell you how to get through to an advocate to start helping them. But there is good news on the other side of the tunnel. Hold on. Bradley O'Brien himself, along with a team of skilled real estate attorneys, can help you with anything residential or commercial that has to do with real estate. They can go over loan docs. If you're a landlord, he can help you put together a commercial or a residential lease. He can help you evict people. If you're a tenant and your landlord is doing something wrong, he can help with that. He can help with property line disputes. easements, adverse possession. He can look at titles and do a survey review, quiet title actions, anything that has to do with real estate, residential or commercial, he can do. I say it like that because when he comes on the air, I always say, well, tell people what you do. And that's what he says. He's a great guy. He's a smart guy when it comes to real estate. Anything you need, residential or commercial real estate, call Brad O'Brien. Check him out at olslaw.com, olslaw.com, or 720-370-7388.
Are you doing a spot?
I'm done.
Look at this.
What is it?
I'm shocked to see Salt Lake doing that. Salt Lake is super conservative.
Oh, look at that.
Mm-hmm. Salt Lake is like crazy conservative though.
Well, it says to evade. Yeah, I think it's to evade flag banning.
Yeah, but Salt Lake is like crazy conservative.
Yeah, it is weird.
So that's what made me go, wow. Wow, wow.
This guy's employer screwed him.
That's what it sounded like.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast. Tonight's taking up the 50 overnight value.
Fed hold the rate steady. Did you see that?
I saw that.
What is it?
The
Fed
Feds are
hold
holding
the
the rate
rates.
steady.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Dave, well, let me tell you, those guys just operate against Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Seems like a lot of stuff is going that way.
I think he'll get a deal worked out with China.
Oh, I know he will. I have no...
Trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. It has been a crazy day here. I do want to tell you, though, about Fix It 24/7. $39, they'll come out, they'll clean that air conditioner, that condenser that's been getting dirty all freaking winter. They're going to come out and clean it, spend about an hour, hour and a half cleaning it, getting it ready for the nice hot weather where you're going to want it cool. You got to be a new customer, though. New customers only. Check them out at fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com. And Compass Insurance, by the way, that is who you're looking for, Lindsay. They will actually shop your homeowners, your automotive. I don't know if you own a business, but your business insurance with like 20 or 30 different companies. But more importantly, Compass Insurance is going to make sure, absolutely make sure, that you have proper coverage. There's a lot of people out there right now that haven't checked the value or the rebuild price of their house. You might only have coverage for $500,000 and your house is worth $800,000. They can run all the numbers and help you out there, and they do all that for free. But check them out at quotecompass.com, quotecompass.com. Now, I'm going to go back to Mike. His son worked for a company, and what appears to have happened is his company did not forward his portion of his taxes out of his check, nor possibly they didn't pay their own. So trust fund is the employee's share, and then the company's portion. And we had a guy named Don Eiley that did this. He was an accountant. He did it to about 30 small businesses, and he put millions, I think $10 or $12 million in his pocket. The good news is, I think he's dead. The bad news is those companies got hit hard. But the other good news for your son is, ultimately, if we're right, and I think you're thinking the same thing I am, that they did this, if that is correct, ultimately your son is not going to be held responsible for that and should get a refund for whatever he's owed. That's just kind of how the IRS does it. I know it's weird, but that's how they do it. What your son needs is a taxpayer advocate, and you can go to taxpayeradvocate.irs.gov. Did you get that? I'll let Kelly give it to you again. And he's got to request an advocate.
He's got all that stuff, and one other problem, like I say.
Wait a second. What do you mean he's got an advocate? If he's got an advocate,
IRS,
an advocate,
all this stuff. Yes, and now listen. There's one other problem. That's why no one can make a move on this jerk, is because the company owner lives in Nebraska. His company is based out of Wyoming, and he does all the work in Colorado. And I tell you, it's a three-ring circus trying to get anything pinpointed and targeted. And not only all this stuff is mainly over 23 W-2s coming out with no report to all the employees, and it's holding up the 24s also because of, paperwork jams.
Mike.
Yes, sir.
I don't care where he's doing business. None of that matters to me. And I'll tell you why. You told me the problem is with the Internal Revenue Service holding on to his refunds. Let's circle back. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He needs a taxpayer advocate, not a contact that he called at the regular 1-800-IRS number. He needs to apply, or he can go if he's in Colorado. Is he in Colorado?
Yep. Yeah, right here.
He can literally go down. I think it's on Broadway. I don't have the address right here.
I believe he's been there.
Well, then he should have an advocate that's on this. It does take a while. It can take up to a year, but they're not coming after him for money right now, right? They just locked up the money that he had.
Had coming, yes.
Yes, and he will get that. I know they're slow as hell. I get it. But if he already has a taxpayer advocate, his only other thing he can do is hire somebody like Larson Tax Relief or hire someone to get on it. But it's What's that?
They won't work in 3 straight. You can't hire a lawyer, a tax attorney lawyer, that'll work in all 3 states and knock these guys around.
No, I'm not talking about a tax attorney lawyer. I'm talking somebody like Larson Tax. You know what I want to do? Let's get on Steve Sizik. Hold on, man. I'm going to get on somebody that's actually a tax attorney, okay? And let's see what he has to say. That's going to be the best way to handle it. Why this has anything to do with where the company's based, I don't understand it. We're not talking unemployment. I mean, maybe you're right, Mike, but for God's sake, I have no idea why you'd be right in this. Let me get Steve Sizik on. Hold on. You got Sizik's email or no? Or his phone number? She might not have it. Red Rock's Roof and Solar. Oh, man, are they good at what they do. And they do anything solar. Maybe you have an existing solar system. You want to add a battery backup to it. Maybe you're off grid, but you want a generator added to it. Maybe you don't want to, or you don't have a system and you want a new one. You want to pay a good, reasonable price for it. Maybe you have a commercial project you need done. Maybe you have an old system that's broken and you want to get it fixed. RedRocksRS.com. They do it all, and they do it all in-house. They're great people. We've been talking about them for years. You're going to be happy no matter what you need solar. RedRocksRS.com.
You like your new company, Stephanie?
I do like Hopewell. Yeah.
That's good.
They've been really wonderful.
That's good.
Yeah. They really are. So I like the the format, the culture, the tools available.
Do you have an office in the office, or do you work home?
No, I had one for a long time, but they actually just downsized and moved to a smaller location, and I wasn't in the office enough to. I felt bad keeping my office and then, making it to where someone else didn't have one that would be there more. Because I have a home office too, so I ping up and down depending on where I'm at. Because when I'm working up in the Woodland Park area, then I have a home office. And then
I can't get them on.
Springs, I had a Springs office.
Yeah.
But,
well, this day and age, I mean, look, you're when you're on the run, you have your laptop with you. Everything's all mobile.
Oh yeah.
And if you're busy, you're not really sitting at a desk all day. You're you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You're negotiating contracts. There's so many.
Right. Exactly.
I think it's just changed a lot over the last 20 years, guys.
I agree.
Big time.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Because even with your business, Todd, would you say a lot of it's mobile?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you in the office ever?
Well, we have a nice big office. Our whole team, we're just running all the time.
Right.
Like our team meeting, we don't even meet at the office. We're going to go meet at BJ's tomorrow for lunch. I mean,
nice.
We don't.
You love that place.
BJ's Brewhouse? Yeah.
Oh, I like their food. Yeah.
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 It's actually pretty good.
That's where we have all our team meetings, Mark, is at BJ's.
Do you really?
Yeah, we do. We really do.
Which location?
The one, it's off of, it's in Westminster. It's by the, is it Church Ranch Boulevard? I think it is, yeah. Well, that's right, Stephanie. You're out here.
I don't know.
I'm asking Stephanie. She doesn't
I
know.
never really knew that far north. So.
That's true. Yeah, it's by the Mercedes dealership.
Yeah.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, no, I eat gluten.
Or we'll do Zoom meetings.
Yeah, I eat gluten-free, and they have good gluten-free stuff I can eat there. So.
Oh, yeah. Good. Oh, gluten-free, yeah.
Yeah, BJ's actually has
Pizza.
a good amount. Pizza, they have a gluten-free bun, so you Their prime rib dip is good.
Yeah.
That's a good
Oh,
thing.
prime rib dip's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been meaning to ask you, and I keep forgetting. Do you know who J Stew is?
I don't.
Okay. They're big in Colorado Springs.
Okay.
It's these guys. They have this YouTube channel.
Okay.
My son has us watching this like every weekend.
Yeah.
We'll watch their channel. They're funny. They're just funny guys, but they're from Colorado Springs.
Okay.
And everybody seems to know them down there. Like when they have a lot of they have like over 5 million subscribers or something like that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're like celebrities. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't watch TV or
But I'm just saying, if they walk in like a mall down there, everybody recognizes them. It seems like.
Yeah. I wouldn't. I'm really bad about that. I don't watch a whole lot.
That's our fun time on the weekends, watching movies or J Stew.
Nice. No, that's awesome.
I ran into one of them. I can't remember his name, but in one of the hat stores at the factory mall, and my grandson and I were in there, and he started freaking out because he lost his telephone.
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, why don't I call it for you?" So I called it, and it was ringing in his pocket that he normally doesn't put it in. And he gave my grandson $100.
Oh, that's
to buy a hat of your choice, my friend.
Yeah. That's cool, man.
Yeah, that's cool. That's the first time I ever heard him, and here you are just talking.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is cool. Do you know which person it was or no?
No, he just said he had a talk show
it's a successful
podcast
channel, Mark.
Yeah.
Some of those YouTube channels are big.
Oh, they're massive.
It's
Their
crazy.
audience is bigger than every station put together.
Yeah.
Massive.
Another guy's beard meets food.
All right, 303-713-8255. Hey, Mike, listen, I've been texting back and forth with the attorney. He's going to be coming on tomorrow. So we're going to get him blocked out for early morning tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 10:30. But he works for a company that I'm sure that can help your kid. But we'll ask him all the questions, what he would do. But the one thing I want you to make sure between now and when Kelly calls you back in the morning is that he went through the advocate. I want the case number that I can give to Steve tomorrow. That's the attorney's name, to see where the case is at with the advocate. So get me the case number, okay?
That tax advocate, what's the 3 end digits? Com, org, fed, what is it?
It's get what? I don't understand what you're asking.
Tax advocate number. You said to go make sure you go in there. What is a tax advocate? IRS at
it's
.gov or
taxpayer advocate.irs.gov. But that's where you start the case, or you can call.
I'm going to confirm.
Confirm that he's done that.
Yep.
If he's done that, he'll have they assign you a number, which this guy, this attorney, will be able to pull up and get a little information on what's going on with the advocate. Plus, we'll get other advice. So get that. I'm putting you on hold. Kelly, I want him on first thing. Steve Sizik is going to block out 10 a.m. to 10:30, and we'll use him in the morning on that. But go ahead and pick up line 3 real quick, Kelly. And I want you to do that for a reason. Talk to Mike. Make sure you get it. No, line 3. Talk to Mike real quick. No? Okay, then I'll do it. My God, I just need him on hold. 303-713-8255. Hey, Carl, what's going on with you, man?
Well, I've been working on this mathematical problem for years. I finally solved it, and it's called Fermat's last theorem, F-E-R-M-A-T. He's a Frenchman. For 350 years it was out there, and I finally solved it.
What is it called? I'm not familiar with this. This sounds like a prank call. That last guy got me into a mood. Go ahead. What is it called?
Fermat's, F-E-R-M-A-T, apostrophe S.
Yeah.
Fermat's last theorem.
Oh, I see something here, and actually I see all kinds. The statement that there are no natural numbers, 1, 2, 3, or X, blah, 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 in which N is a natural number than greater than 2. Okay, what's the answer? I'll be your Huckleberry. What's the answer? 8.
Well, The reason that they can't solve it, the reason it doesn't get solved is because it requires something that's impossible. And that is that if you, for example, if you start with 0 and you add some cube to it, let's say.
Hey, Carl, at what point did you wake up and think this show is the format for this mathematical question that you solved after 350 years? I'm just curious. Maybe you should have called MIT?
I've tried calling colleges and universities, including University of Denver in Boulder.
And they think you're a nut.
No, they just haven't returned my calls.
They just won't return your call. Okay. So go ahead and give us the quick and simple answer.
The quick and simple answer
There is no answer.
Well, it's slope.
The answer is slope.
Yeah, let me tell you what I mean.
That's funny. That's exactly what I came up with.
Listen, Tom, you have a good day.
He comes up. Do you think he was serious? I mean, honest to God, do you think he's serious? You know what? I do want to ask you, Carl, are you serious? I wonder if he was serious. We dropped him. I do. What do you think?
He hung up.
Yeah, well, he hung up because I hung up on him. But what do you think? Do you think the guy actually thinks he solved that? What do you think? Yeah, everybody's speechless. Like, I have no idea.
He did call earlier today.
I saw that he called earlier, and I didn't take it because I'm like, what the hell's that?
Well, and then he also asked me for the KOA News hotline number.
This guy really thinks he solved this after. You know what?
Well, it does state here, you go down a little bit of Google, and the AI overview says, yes, Fermat's last theorem has been solved by Andrew Wiles in 1994.
And is the answer slope?
I don't know what I'm not that math scientist kind of guy here, but it looks like it was solved 40 years ago.
So this guy was late to the game.
Yeah, just a bit.
It's funny how I got the same answer in 3 minutes. It took him 350 years. Let's talk numbers for a second. You ready for a number everybody out there listening is going to love? When's the last time you got quoted on a water heater? How much do you think a water heater costs now from a home service company? $4,000? How much? Anybody? 3 to 10,000? I mean, there's different ranges. I know that, but how much?
North of 2,000.
Frank?
8,000.
8,000's not bad. 8,000's not bad. There is a lot of people out there that get 4 to 8,000 on a water heater. Todd Terry, Apple Air, said he's going to do a special for anybody that needs a water heater. Todd, tell them what it is.
We got natural gas water heaters, 40 gallon at $1688 total install.
Installed, new gas lines. I assume new water lines.
Yeah, new flex lines.
New flex lines, the whole bit. Labor.
Yep. 50 gallon at $1788.
You're not going to get a better deal.
Yep.
It's a loss leader. You want to introduce yourself, which there's no problem with that at all. Especially if someone needs a water heater.
Exactly. We want customers forever, not just this time.
Yeah,
absolutely.
These guys been on the referral list 25 years. It's Apple Air with an E at the end, appleair.com, or call them up, 303-733-2813. Larry's got a problem with identity theft. We're going to hit that after this. Kelly, did we get that guy's information with the IRS? I don't think what?
Yes, we have the information.
I wanted you to put him on hold so he couldn't hear me talk. I thought he was one of these guys, no matter what I was going to tell him, they already did it, already tried that. But then towards the end, he's like, oh, what number do you want? So hopefully he really does have an advocate, or his son does, and gets that number. And if he doesn't, we can tell him how to do that tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
Larry, you're up next.
So Todd, how much? Okay, so for a water heater, let's say a 40 gallon, right?
Yeah.
And a typical, let's say it's a 2,000 square foot ranch home. What would be typically installed out the door?
50 gallon is typically, because that's probably 2.5 bath.
Okay, is that what? Okay.
Yeah. That's how really you size it for the bathrooms.
Yeah.
Typically it'd be 38.95 out the door. Yeah.
And that's on the lower scale.
That's on the lower scale. Yeah. A lot of times there's code upgrades that have to happen, expansion tanks and
Okay, hold on.
silly plumbing repairs or, yeah.
You know, this one's important. John Fuller Law. Everybody knows I've used him twice. Both times we got hit by somebody else. Of course, it was their fault. And both times we got full policy limits. But you'd want to call in the beginning. He's got that personal approach to personal injury we always talk about. You're going to deal with John. You're going to get his cell phone number. He's going to answer all the questions. But it is so important to call in the beginning. It is so important. You don't want to talk to the other insurance company. Heck, you don't want to talk to anybody. And when you go to the hospital, there's different ways you can apply different insurance coverages. Insurance coverages like MedPay that you actually have, you much rather use in a different place than at the ER. But John will walk you through all of this. If you've been hurt in an accident and have any questions at all, even if you didn't go to the hospital, say, right away, but a few days later you're having problems and you ended up at your doctor, would you please call John? There are going to be bills. You are owed money, and he can value your case in some cases. 303-597-4500. Please call John. 303-597-4500.
I just got
Frank.
an email from Ent. They've got some rates down in the fives.
Where's Stephen?
Ent Credit Union.
It used to be, who was it? It was huge. It's the same company. They just remarketed. Who was ENT Credit Union?
Ent is actually merging with Wings Credit Union.
Really?
Yeah. Our daughter works there. And she was telling us that, but they've announced it publicly now.
Colorado largest credit union, 500,000 members.
I'm trying to have Mike send over his son's contact information of who he's dealt with. I don't know if he will, but Steve is all set for tomorrow.
Okay. What?
Just the last 2 days, we've had some of the most interesting callers. Oh. The mathematical equation. Come on, you couldn't get slow.
Slow. Slow. That guy called. You realize he called 3 times? I just never went to him.
I saw.
And I wasn't going to go to him the 3rd time, but I got frustrated because every line was going. She had something going. I wanted to put Mike on hold, but have her pick up on him so I could bitch about him and he couldn't hear me. Because when you're on hold in there, you can hear me when I'm on air.
Oh.
So I wanted her to pick it up.
Frank, you remember when we could get, or condos around here were in the 30s and 40,000.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Craziness.
Yes, I do.
Craziness.
Brand new.
When Renee and I first got married, I wanted to buy a condo. And she says, "Oh, I've never lived in an apartment my whole life." I said, "But I've lived in it my whole life." I said, "You're not missing anything." She said, I think the apartments are nicer. And she wanted to get into an apartment. And they were kind of trashy, the condos, but well, I'm kicking myself. We ended up renting, and I saw how much those went up over 5 years.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
You learn early.
My first house I bought was in 82, and it was at 18% interest in Thornton.
Wow, 18.
Yeah.
And people are hurting over when it goes to 8%.
Oh, man.
Or 7%.
My kids, they just go crazy about that.
18%. Hey.
Our first house was 8%.
8%, huh?
Our first one we got.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't realize 7-8% is not a huge thing. You watch what happens when rates drop, though.
Oh, we'll see an influx in the market.
It's going to be crazy, yeah.
And the thing is, and I've tried telling people that if you're in a position to purchase now, it's a better time.
This is Mark. Hello.
And that makes all the difference.
It makes a big difference.
Hey, man, I'm on the air. I'll be heading down there, I don't know, in about 30 minutes, all right? Okay, thanks, bye.
Deep breaths, Mark.
Deep breaths, yoga, Mark, yoga.
Yep.
Well, this show went by quick, huh?
It's good. There's a lot of callers.
That's right, yeah.
I got like 5 lined up for tomorrow already.
The Protection Act aims to make it easier to unionize in Colorado, but will Senate Bill 5 compel workers to join a union against their will? Intrepid reporter Rob Dawson looks under the hood with us on Wednesday. Show starts at 2 on 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget, you need any help, even when we're not here live on the air, 303-MARTINO. 303-MARTINO. That phone number works anytime. And then, of course, help, H-E-L-P, at troubleshooter.com. Please spread the word. We love helping people. We've got a list of experts at referrallist.com. I always want to thank. And experts like, right here in studio, Frank Duran with frankduranhomes.com. Stephanie Thomas. Stephanie, it's StephanieRE.com. And then, of course, Todd Terry Apple Air, $16.89 installed, 40-gallon water heater. Now, do they have to call today or within the next few days, I assume?
No, we've got, I think we have 30 water heaters of each size.
Oh.
We're allotting for this.
So you literally have them ready to go. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love that. $16.89. If you had a quote on a water heater recently, you will see that is extremely cheap. Installed new gas flex lines, new water lines, the whole bit. Labor, you get the idea. And haul away, right?
And haul away.
And haul away. And then if you need a 50-gallon, $17.89. But you guys sell all kinds of stuff. You've got instant hot. You've got, furnaces, ACs. But you do a lot of heat pumps.
A lot of heat pumps.
Heat pumps are getting popular because they're so efficient.
Oh, man. Ductless mini splits, boilers.
The ductless is cool because you can retrofit anything.
Oh, it's so awesome. He says, she says, sheds.
He said, she said, by the seashell.
That's it.
And once again, that's Apple Air with an E at the end.com. Hey, Larry, what's this identity theft, man?
Well, I had somebody that apparently ran up a credit card under my name that I didn't know anything about, and I just had some paperwork that was delivered to my office on my work location office on Monday, and it's from a group of attorneys with a thing that I need to appear in court on the 12th of this month at 2 p.m.
Well, if it's a true summons, you have to show up. You're crazy not to. They could end up with the default judgment. You're just going to have to show up and plead your case and tell them, I know nothing about this. I mean, did you have a credit card that got stolen, or do you think they simply opened one up in your name?
I think they opened it up in my name because I've never had a MasterCard in my life, and I've never heard of this company.
Have you gone on, since you gotten served, have you gone on to any of the credit bureaus to see what's going on with your credit?
No, I tried doing that last night, but I wasn't able to get online to see. But yeah, I need to get this straightened out because my wife and I are going to we're in a deal where my landlord's going to sell our house that we're renting, so we want to try to buy a house. So I need to get, stuff straightened out.
Well, you got to show up and see what they have on you, man. I mean, the first things are going to be pretty basic, like, was the credit card used with the chip? That's almost impossible to be fraudulent. I'm not going to say 100%, but almost never does that happen. And then if that's the case, where was it used? If all the chargers are in Texas and you're in Colorado or in California or overseas in Jamaica, I mean, this should be pretty, cut and dry. But I mean, my goodness, if the charges are right around your house and you sign the charge slips, maybe you had a little memory lapse. And I'm not saying that's what's going on. I'm just pointing out when you go meet them in front of that judge, you just got to plead your case, man. You should really log on, though, and see what the heck's going on with your credit right now.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah, it's for an Indigo MasterCard, and they have receipts here of things and payments and stuff.
How long? Like, what's the oldest charge?
It's all from 2019, like around July 2019. But I've never, like I said,
was there any payments? Well, I'd be curious. Was there ever a payment made on it? Like, how long was the stretch of time? Was it over 2 months, 8 months?
I can look further into these, but it looks like let's see, July. And
here's my point, and I'm trying to just kind of get you ready for court, but if there was never a payment ever made on it, that would make sense. If someone was making minimum payments or even all the payments for 3 or 4 months, then all of a sudden to not pay, I mean, that could look pretty bad for you.
Yeah, it looks like it's June and July. And
I'm going to ask you something, man, and I really want you to think of something, okay? I really want you to think if it's a possibility. I don't know what happened here. Generally, if you had your ID stolen in 2019, you would have more than one creditor coming after you at this point. Is it possible that your wife has a credit card that you don't know about? And you don't have to answer that question, but I want you to think about everything. You need to go to Equifax TransUnion and log in. They're going to ask you questions about, did you buy this car? Did you live at this address? They're going to verify you. Then you can look at your credit history. We're going to take your information down. We're going to call you back in the morning, too, man. Listen, everybody, 303 Martino, troubleshooter.com. See you tomorrow.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Electric rates are going up, up, up. You need Red Rock's Roof and Solar. They do it all, sales, installation, and service. And because they do roofs too, they got you covered. Locally owned, veteran owned, more than 35 years combined experience. The only company to guarantee an activation date or they pay you for lost energy. Battery backups, auxiliary generators, 303-704-2449. 704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
This May, both Triple J Armory locations, Littleton and Colorado Springs, are bringing the heat. We pack the month with exclusive deals and free shooting days. Want in on the action? Follow us on Facebook and Instagram for the full schedule of events and promotions. Whether you're upgrading your arsenal or just getting started, Triple J Armory has your six. Come see us in store or visit triplejarmory.com. Triple J Armory. Locked, loaded, and local.
Hi, this is Kelsey Grammer. When military service members head into battle, none are expected to face the enemy alone, but many return home and become isolated as they struggle with the visible and invisible wounds of war. It can be difficult knowing how to overcome that challenge and rekindle bonds similar to those formed in the military. Wounded Warrior Project supports these injured veterans through their recoveries by connecting them with fellow warriors and their communities. No one should fight this battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. Black smoke poured out of the chimney at the Sistine Chapel, signaling no pope was elected in the first round of voting for the College of Cardinals. The results coming just hours after cardinals sequestered for the start of the conclave. Tens of thousands crowded into St. Peter's Square reacting. ABC's James Longman is there.
So I don't think anyone here was expecting it to go this long, but the atmosphere here was really electric. I mean, thousands and thousands, I think something like 30,000 people have been down here watching for that smoke, and a lot of them with flags, because people see this as an opportunity to come to celebrate their nation, their identity, hoping that they perhaps will be represented. Their country will have its own pope.
Those crowds set to return to the square tomorrow, the Vatican signaling that's when another vote will take place. 133 cardinals are eligible to vote and make up the most diverse college of cardinals in the history of the Catholic Church. This is ABC News. Another U.S. Navy fighter jet lost at sea from the aircraft carrier USS Truman. ABC's Mary Bruce with details.
It comes after last week another FA-18 fell off the same carrier into the Red Sea as it was being towed out of the hangar and the crew lost control. They are just the latest incidents involving U.S. carriers. Back in 2022, an F-35 crashed upon landing on the USS Carl Vinson. That fireball erupting, the jet sliding off the carrier and into the South China Sea.
India and Pakistan continue to trade attacks after India launched strikes yesterday. Pakistan says more than 24 were killed. India says at least 7 died on their side.
India insisting its attack was measured, non-escalatory, and that no military facilities have been targeted, just what it calls terrorist infrastructure. India's strikes, though, coming in response to a deadly attack on tourists in Indian-controlled Kashmir last month that left more than 24 people dead.
ABC's Ian Pannell. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
A Colorado judge is ordering the Trump administration to stop deportations using the Alien Enemies Act. District Court Judge Charlotte Sweeney granted a request for a preliminary injunction in a ruling issued yesterday. Sweeney was critical of arguments made by the government, saying some claims about presidential authority and judicial review were nonsense. Aurora increasing its efforts to stop street racing with their street racing task force. On Sunday, an incident led to a pursuit that ended up in Denver. The 19-year-old driver was arrested on charges including felony eluding, reckless driving, and reckless endangerment. Aurora police say their task force is dedicated to investigating and interrupting illegal street racing. Officer Matt Brookbacher spoke with Fox 31.
We have heard you. We have heard the complaints, we've heard the concerns, and we are being decisive on this action.
The vehicle involved in the incident was seized and will stay with Aurora police until the completion of the criminal justice process, which could take several months. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
One incident on the southwest end of town. We've got a crash on Hampton affecting both east and westbound traffic between South Logan Street and Clarkson Street. Watch out for some brief stop and go through the area. I-25 north and southbound back to the highway speeds through town. We were seeing some busy afternoon traffic. Does look like it's clearing up at least a little bit. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Fun. That's fun. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening.